Tervetuloa takaisin Final Fantasy 14 läpipelusen. Se on nyt keskiviikko, enkä mä vieläkään opannut noita videoita pois. Eikä tehnyt mitään, en ole pistänyt yhtään tai mitään. Mutta jatketaan. Mä viime videon loppuun sanoin, että kello oli 7.30, kello on 10.50. Että nukuin vielä vähän sen jälkeen, että en jatkunutkaan sitä saman tien. Mutta jatketaan. Tai siis aloitetaan. From what I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Skolak Montchain mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally, without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the Etherite once our work is done. Oh, hello. Are you one of the new helpers? Working on the ether burner. Oh dear, I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples day in day out is tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The forums got enough on their plate as it is. What with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when, a lot of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Fortuno and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? Niin yksi asia, mitä piti vielä kommentoida sitä puuttuvassa 6% tehokkuus, vai mikä se onkaan, efficiency. Ei se ole tehokkuus, mutta siis senhän voisi toki siis niin kun sehän, että niin kun se käyttää polttoainetta niin paljon, niin eihän se nyt sitten niin kun, sehän ei mene mihinkään, mutta kun se oli jotenkin niin kun, enemmän kyse siitä, että niin kun, ajasta on ongelma, aika on ongelmana, niin ne käyttää kuukausia siihen, että ne saa sen 6% tehokkuutta lisää, kun ne olisi voinut aloittaa se jo niin kuin monta kuukautta sitten lähteä viemään niitä ihmisiä silleen, että niin siinä ei mitään aika-ongelmia. Korkeintaan niin kuin toi ja mitä mun Windows sekoilee. Niin se, että se maksaa ehkä vähän enemmän, mutta no ehkä tuo lähtee kohta pois, joo, kyllä. No jatketaan. Helping with the Ark, even with all the power Master Cuckles managed to squeeze out of the ether burner, it's still not enough apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We have spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in that plan, and all will be well. Kohta tulee uusi tietokone. Sitten toivottavasti se toimii paremmin kuin tämä vanhan meidän serverikoneksi. Offering to help. Well, that's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly lists of the things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our Luna collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they are not enormous looming giants. Why, I would prefer something small and fluffy, like that beheaded rabbit that ran by. Well, you are in luck. Mulla on myöskin mielestä, että tekisin tästä striimitietokoneen samalla, kun tää on serveritietokone. Eiköhän se onnistu, mutta se on sen ajan ongelma. Pois en heitä vanhaa. Fancy meeting you here, Tanshik. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive, considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we are really interested in is Ethers itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny, underground, miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they are rather preoccupied. Honestly, all the time to prepare and they are still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around, or at least that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon Orianger and your good self. Since you are both dawdling about engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Wouldn't that be fun? I'm kinda new here, myself, you know. A tour of Labyrinthus. An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarity betwixt this artificial environment and best ways borrow, it would be in our best interest to have the Loporus acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Charlian collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Perhaps thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvelous idea. Might we begin with that great big what's it over yonder? Oh yes, that was it. I shall leave its explanation to Tenshik. Niin, what's it? Saakin katot. Goodness me, to build something so large with a creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features. Mikähän rakennus tää mahtaa olla? Tässä on näitä pumppuja ilmeisesti, niin ehkä tää on toi climate control. It's a little hard to see from here, but is the golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through that window on the pipe at the bottom. This must be for purifying water drawn from below. kaksilla sulla. You spot an ambistoma, and especially lively one at that. It would appear that the concept you observed in another time, another place, was approved for life in the wider world, somehow. Sweet. Tässä jossain mä näin jotain. Nää olisi ollut jotain, mutta enää sitä ollutkaan. Observe the mushroom-like thing. Siinä on tom asiat, mitä mun pitää etsiä. Tarvii randomisti käydä läpi kaikkea. Onko kaikissa ollut? En ole ennen huomannut. Is that what I hear from inside that great big tube? Must be because of those cogs and that gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it too. Sitten vielä ops. Ai, eikö se ollutkaan toi? Ihan sekä siinä näköinen. Ja niin tämä. That looks like the trees in the greatest Ensvale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite all tall for something so unbalanced too. Eli onko se niinku vesisäiliö, vesitankki, niinku Suomessakin on vesitorneja. Mikähän takia ne on muuten ollut semmosia kokoita pohjalta ja isoja ja laajoja tulta ylhäältä. Ehkä tällainen kun se on vesi ja se pumppautuu tosta alas, mutta miksi ne jos maan alle ja sitä meni sitten sivuttaa niitä sitten putkia pois sitä, en tiedä. Toki siis tää, että siis mun teoria siitä, että miten nämä toimii, että sä saa vettä ja jos ne pumppautuu tosta pois, niin se on niinku gravitaatio auttaa siihen, että jos ne on sivuille päin tai no jos on sivulle päin, niin gravitaatio ei auta, jos on ylöspäin, niin se vesipumppu, niin se pitää taistella sitä gravitaatiota vastaan. Niin. En tiedä. No, katsotaan mitä nää sanoo. It makes sense. That's where they stole the water. Kyllä. Kyllä, tämä on vesitorni. Tai ei selittänyt, miten se toimisi. No, ok. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in the tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? Kuule mulle mitään haju. I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install in even the harshest of environments. For us slobberists, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is one of the most important for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that peoples of Ether sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Kuule ei mitään hajua, mä en ymmärrä miten kukaan haluaa elää semmoisessa paikassa. Jos siinä on vettä lähellä, niin toki sitten, mutta areas near waterfalls are common size for villages in Gearbania. So wherever you choose to live, you are never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. They can provide enough water to keep them from dying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order. Once we have calculated the average rate of consumption per individual, it may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alfino spoke of the machinery responsible for the feed during our journey through Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Map developers will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. Anteeksi, oli siellä sisätilossa. Niin. Mä muistin, että mä kuulin sen, ja mä ajattelin, että se oli tämä. Minä 5 kerran niille, miten asiat toimii täällä, mutta kun just itse kuulin, miten ne toimii, mutta eihän se ollutkaan tässä. Mutta seuraavaksi mennään sinne sitten. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Shalian Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of the settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, to many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big nasty teeth, leopards may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. But I impose upon thee to assist in securing a safe passage to Logisticon Alpha. Ei onnistu, mä lennän sinne. For my part, I shall act as an escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. No, ne voi hypätä mun motskan selkään. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, wrong way. To the water extraction, what's it? En seuraa mua. Serve the designated location and defeat any enemies that appear. Pitää lähteä etsimään vihollisia. Miksi mä vois vaan lentää kaikkea yli? Poissa ovat ne ajat, kun sulle kuvanshottasin tai two-shottasin tai vielä three-shottasin viholliset. Jokainen pitää jo ihan taistella. Thank you so much. Mä länkytin ton väärin tavalla ihan sama. I really hope this water extraction visit is worth these harrowing experiences. Tai harrowing. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. Ymmärrämmekö me kaikki yhdessä? Olisi Uriankari voinut olla auttamassa mun noissa tappelussa. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift stop. Pray follow me. You will need to use this lift should you wish to go to the medical circuit. Let let me know if you're headed that way. Olisiko mä voinut lentää sinne? En. Sisätilossa. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You are all very lucky that Aetheris just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder. Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous. I cannot wait to see more of it. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where's the food? Sä et halua kyllä syödä Charlianin ruokaa. I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Muriel Agronomics. As I imagine Singway and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Kukaan ei vielä selitä näille asioita. Ehkä. Sitten taas ottanut hissiä mun naama edes ja siinä aikana kun mä tuun nousen hissillä tänne turhaan ylös, niin Muriankeri selittää asiat. Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Uriansho was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention Aetheris will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let us brook no further delay. Täällä oli kyllä se yksi kahvila, että siellä voidaan kyllä käydä. This is the place, yes. The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to the farmers' crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples. Seuraa mua. Oh, hämmätin hiiri. Mulla on molemmat näistä näytöstä 1080p. Mutta tää toinen näyttö on, siis molemmat on kyllä TVt, mutta tää mun päänäyttö on paljon isompi TV. Niin tää mun toinen näyttö sitten tuossa oikealla on se on aina ollut, se on vähän niin kuin aika reilusti alempana sitten kuin tää päänäyttö, mutta se on suurin piirtein tossa kohtaa on se niin kuin tän näytön tää yläpuoli. Sitten kun mä täältä menee ihan alhaalta tänne, niin se on suurin piirtein saman verran niin kuin siellä toisen näytön niin kuin alapuolella on niin kuin, se on niin kuin tällä kohtaa tai niin kuin tällä kohtaa enemmänkin. Jos mä tähän heitän, niin se ei liiku tosta mihinkään, mutta jos mä täältä pystyy heittämään, niin se menee kyllä toiselle puolelle. Mutta jos täällä sitten toisella näytöllä, mitä te nyt näe, yritän tyyliin tossa kohtaa mennä eteenpäin, niin se ei liiku siltä mihinkään. What a fine mist this is. Ah, it's you. The one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'll show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet prepared for the exodus. And I'm not the only one. We have all got to find ways to do what we've all got to find ways to do what we do down here, up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the form decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Not fauna, eikä fauna. Flora and fauna. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their environment, so many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin? Oh, I know what these are. Crepes, yes. Let's see if they are as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? No en juuri välitä. Ei pahoja ole. Ihan makeita kyllä joo, mutta en koskaan ostanut itselleni. Jos mutsilla sattuu ehkä olemaan, saatan syödä pari, mutta Meh. An expression of indifference, I assume. In all fairness, our compendium did note they are valued more as an ingredient for spirituous beverages rather than as a fruit for regular consumption. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Juoda. Tuossa taisi olla pois. Se varmaan on lopempaa. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares, let's eat. No, minähän satun tietämään. Eli ensimmäisenä oli tämä puu. Tämä puu on... Ei se ole oranssipuu. Orangutan. Appelsiini. Tämän puunhan nimi on appelsiini ja tämä on sitten appelsiinihedelmä. Tai miten se meneekään, mutta... Ja alun perin tuota väriä kutsuttiin yellow red. Eli siis keltapunainen. Mut sitten se... Koska nämä appelsiinit olivat näitä keltapunaisia, niin sitten otettiin tämä nimitys appelsiini, tai siis orange, sille värille. Yes, that's... Equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Orientia about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Molars, though they still are in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there. Okei, kysyn mun mielestä pitää appelsiinista. En välitä. En missään muodossa. En nyt sano, että se on silleen niinku siis pahaa, mutta en välitä. En missään muodossa. That color, that texture. Are they some sort of enormous round carrots? Kurpitsoilta. No, in any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Nyt on varmaan ikinä maistunut kurpitsaa. Blah, it's so hard and flavorless. I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as gourd carrots. Stop. Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. They are supposed to cook. You are supposed to cook them first. Okay, uutta tietoa mulle. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. Ei se ole. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. And perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though if there is anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? Uh-oh. Etkä sä puhun nyt sitruunosta. Onko se tarkoitus sulle vadelmia? Tai edes mansikkaa? Kyllä, en suostele maistamaan näitä. Tai itse asiassa anna mennä, ota kunnon iso haukku. What a wondrous fragrance. With luck, it'll have a flavor to match. As I have no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. No, kuorekantaa ei ottaa pois kyllä. My tongue, is this poison? A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling, say our farewells and return to the others. Siis metsämansikka, ai hitsi. Paremmat ja metsämansikat. Parasta mitä on. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges, less so the pumpkins. Though I learned at the hard way they are not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon, the deceiver. I still feel so violent. First time was it. I'd hate for you to leave with bad taste in your mouth in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. Mäkin haluun. More lemon. Have I not suffered enough? Se eka ei oo sitten enää niin kitkerä. Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity. game up here. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin, do your worst. This is delicious. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create the perfect harmony. I never would have guessed that its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has starring role. Joo, kyllä, tietenkin. But it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes. And the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal. And sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the forum agonized over what was worth preserving and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we are to survive. Banaanit voisi myös kyllä olla hyvä. Ja sanoisin, että niin metsämansikat, vadelmat, banaanit ja parskaali. Such strength of will. Now I have what hardness is in your kind. Okei, porkkanat myöskin ehkä, joo. Lasketaanko perunat mukaan tähän? Jos lasketaan, niin ehdottomasti perunat. Kaiken muu voi jättää kyllä pois. Korvataan ne perunoilla. Vähän niin kuin nää korvaa kaiken porkkanoilla. Mankind, the Loporis, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the face of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. It is the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have had and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pardon my Erzen, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you anyway? Cooking Way, at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of the other species as possible, if you are up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive, probably. Let's go and see if Ryanja and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? takas tonne. No, mä voisin käydä tupakilla vaikkapa. Jatketaan. Mietit, että pitäisikö mulla olla vesipiippu. Sä saa enää kunnollista vesipiippu tupakkaa, niin on tullut vaihtoehto, mutta tommonen mikä höyrykivet. Olen ehkä vähän skeptinen niiden suhteen, mutta hyvin ne toimii. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other place famed for the cuisine? No siis se. No koko maailmassa, no joo. Täällä päin mä olisin vienyt sut sinne kahvilaan. Limsalomisa is home to the Culinarians Guild and many less than savory establishments. But that I had the time to visit. The more I learn of Etheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. And as Helen's orders are to flee, not to resist, if only there was some other way. Tenshik, I trust thy time at Merial Agonomics did bear fruit. But our own efforts too were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight, and as time is of the essence, just return to Charlie and Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every laboratory there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. I feel you. Ehkä mä hyppään tonne. Osun juosta. Lennän nyt. Yes, Tenshik, that was indeed my verbalizing a sigh to... Eikö se sano sigh? Eikä pitkä huokaus. Verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Not really, because I saw the constructed environmental data for Etheris at Logisticon Alpha. That's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that? Kyllähän ne on. You should see the forest of the first. One was purple. Gasp! Gasp, I say! With the stars so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was so fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard, yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy of their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred. No, niinhän se Urianger sanoi. Thancred. On ehkä enemmän millä sävyllä sen sanoi. How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried though, quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that the single error could be the difference between life and death, and we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not, though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose I can't. It can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the western plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. This is good a place as any. Come. Koska Fänkäritillä oli jotain sanottavaa. No. Oh, can I help you? Me ollaan täällä auttamassa sua. It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared as a burden eased is a burden eased. Pray tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners, niillä on isot korvat. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, that it's built with peerless elegant technology, is all true, but I know that none of that's guarantee. We have never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we have run have been on the ground. All operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We have done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the ether burner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but well. Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you are especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell to regulate the environment, but what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we have left the star? Be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet, if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Loporids to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There's not we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Etheris and learn more about them while we are at it. Well, glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Neshek, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Loporid. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Loporid and every Loporid in their place. Oh god. 8. Isolla alueella. "56 bunches of weeds in the ground, 56 bunches of weeds, rip one out, add to the mound, 55 bunches of weeds in the..." Yep, I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in no need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds and... Pleasant conversation, partners, and also fussy. Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. Täällä ole piilossa joku. Eipä näin. Apologies, but I am awaiting a delivery. Whatever it is, we'll have to wait. It seems this cleaner is too busy to chat for his benefit or otherwise. Alas, mutta ei tietenkään tarvitse mennä. Just leave me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You know a starship pilot that I might speak with, truly. Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. That'll be a story. Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? Mä en pelkästään vaan kuulemaan, vaan mä oon myös käynyt siellä. I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the search for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. Ask the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on Cars know what, made by Cars know who. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions. Oi, miten sipy? Worries. No, I believe I'm fine, thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues and it's helped a lot. Can't recommend it enough. This researcher already has the support she needs. miten söpö se on. Täällä ketään. Featured bonus. Ei näy. Sitten mennään takaisinpäin tällä puolella. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void since played it as a piano. My feet and knees as drums and cymbals too. This green seems fine, if in need of a break. Katsotaan koko paikka ympäri. Consult our collaborators. I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding and attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips should the Aether burner make our original estimates unfeasible. But there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. Tossa oli toinen. Tuolla kolmas. Tai siis seuraava. My face, what's wrong with my... Oh, perhaps I'm a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the loporits in our discussion is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will. Thank you. Perhaps the biology itself might offer some clues as well. Glue as well. Hey, clues. You idiot. Have you seen an envelope lying about? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without the bloody slip of parchment. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt they'll be more help than you, and you have wasted enough of my time already. It would be unfortunate for all involved to inflict this man upon the loporits. Aha, the end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules, itse asiassa tuossa aikaisemmin viime videossa schedules, tai olikaan, mä aina sanonut se on schedule. Se on school. No niin, school, se on se K-ääni siinä, eli schedule. Jatkan tuon sanomassa schedule. Oli se sitten oikein tai väärin. Schedules are such temperamental things, feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet, I've never felt so alive. This one is beyond your help. Only sleep can save her now. Täällä mennään käymme vessassa pieni hetki. Tai nyt syödä nyt jo tähän väliin jotain. Ja kun sanon jotain, niin tarkoittaa olla saakeli. No niin, jatketaan. Mä mietin sitä vesipippuun, mutta en mä nyt laita sitä vielä. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities of the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and chirurgeons, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in that great expanse is beyond any of us. To say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon. Why did I not think of that? 2 vielä pitäisi löytää. Katsotaan, näissä väleissä on mitään. Tai siis ketään. How might I help you? No, how can I help you? My, what a lovely idea. I do notice people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry. I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. This woman is doing better than you are. Se ei ole paljon vaadittu. Blast's assistants. Where have they gone off to at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear when I have found those assistants of mine. The Loppers are willing to help. Why didn't you say so? Now you summoned. At least they won't moan about how they checked the 2 dozen times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sides. Yksi vielä. Olisiko sinä viimeinen? Concerns? Nay, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It'll only make the work go that much slower. This woman seems to be coping well. Katsotte tohon väliin jäänyt. Tai tänne. Sitten käydään tää seinä vielä tästä läpi. Ei näy ketään. Täällä takana piilossa. Täällä sisällä. Ei pääse. Aika pitkälti käynyt kaikki paikat läpi, että missähän voi vielä piilotella. Tolta mä kyselin, joo. Siinä oli Urianiseri muuten. Laita sanoa kaikki muutkin. No mitäs Urianilla on sanottua? The final days doubtless weigh heavy upon the minds of many in Charlie and Hamlet, pillars of the Exodus as they are. Pray bring them hither. Jos sulla hakeus on sulla nyt. En minä mitään apua tarvitse mennä kysymään muilta. Siellä. Hyperventilating engineer. Sinä olet varmasti viime. But the cards, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Oh, do pardon me, I didn't see you there. There's no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment. And if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. But that is highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Our visitors can help me triple check the structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. Sitten takaisin. Sinne on paikka. Behold, Denshak. Through thine efforts, birth hath spread throughout the labyrinths. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated, living way doth gather more operates as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attention, watch over them, I prithee. Tähän itselle lisäjuotavaa. Mulla kyllä itse on vielä se yksi energiajuomat. Säästän vaivaa. Otan vaan sen.
So much in, well, in forever.
Joo, mä käyn hakkaamassa sen energiajuoman. Pieni hetki. Noin.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
'Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
That's racist.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me. not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say, knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping, no matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life, not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. Watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Voi voi. Oh, Tenshik. Yes, sir, I'm fine. I am. Full glad to see them too, after so very long. Glad still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Though thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to Lorbrits, not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so shall I remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alice. As I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she is less likely to scorn you. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. Siinä. Joku vikisee tuolla laatikosta. Trashak, what are you doing out here? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Hi, sir. Alice, mä arvasin, että et sä... Tiedät, mitä mä ajattelin, että... Tiedät, mitä mieltä mä oon Fetch Questista. Boksia liikuttamassa toiseen. Tai no ei tää kyllä Fetch Quest, joo. Legworkia. Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Apuria. Time is short, of course, but they are full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Olfino should be waiting for us where we arrive. I'll see you there. Deliver the crate of samples to Olfino. You will have 3 minutes to complete the task. Should you fail, return to the starting location and begin anew. 3 minuuttia jaksan kantaa tätä laatikkoa. Eikö minne? Tonne. Vaihtelu. Ei aina pelkkää höpinää tai siis taistelu. Voidaan hitaasti juosta eteenpäin ja nauttia maisemista. Se on tuolla portilla varmaan. Tähän hantaankin näin paljon aikaa. 3 minuuttia. Ei saa yhtään vihollista vastassa, jos menee tonne. Lessi kävele koko matkaa tälleen. Oh, you are helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. Mulla on kyllä kokemus kyllä tämmöistä laatikoiden kantamisesta tälleen niin kuin lähiaikoina, viime aikoina. Matkat ei onneksi ollut kyllä ei ollut noin pitkiä, mutta se oli rappusia. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Tää tossa lukee muuten. Ehkä B, joku, A, sama, R, S. Tai D. M tai E, onko se W? No en kyllä nyt saa selvä. En osaa lukea. En muista mikä merkki tää oli. Se on sitten E. Ja tää on joku ihan muu. Belers. Ei minä tiedä. Then I suppose I have to thank you as well. If you are wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. It turns out that this is a base of operations of sorts. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried all of that at once. Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh hush. They are lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we have finished. Theopoldin is in the courtyard. We can report to him. You should get credit for your assistance, at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. Katsotaan mikä se on hyvin yleinen merkki kyllä täällä. Ei toi kyllä mikään lanuske ole. Yvrelevnaan, en tiedä. Mordona. En näe tuota viimeistä merkkiä, mikä on A. Tossa on taas toi merkki, mutta... onko se alamigo? Ei ole näitä alamigolta. Thanalan... Niin pientä printtiä ja niin surkalla laadulla. Gyr Abania. Toi on A. Joo. Okei. Nyt mä saan selvä. Quertas. Joo, se näkyy taas toi A. Tossa on E, se on niinku väärinpäin oleva E. Kah tai ba. Joku, en kyllä nyt tiedä mikä tää on. Tää ei oo A. Joku aikaa väiti. Ja ajattelin, tää oli joku muu kuin A. Kadars. Padars. En tiedä. Jääkö mysteeriksi. Cars, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We have brought samples from Charlene Hamlet. Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues. I had I had expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. Are you Fortuno's children, are you not? You are Fortuno's children, are you not? Alfino and Alice at your service. We are well acquainted with father. You are, miten mä nyt sanon kaikki ihan väärinpäin ja vääriä sanoja ja kaikkea. You are well acquainted with father, I take it. Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studio. I remember when you were high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we have met. It's good to see you again, wielding your father's knowledge, no less. You knew our parents when they were young. What were they like? Pray spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you, and as I am meant to be in charge here, the reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that. In exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? Kaikki saa yhden lapun, kun kaikki antaa yhdelle. Wait right there. You will find a forum representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Nämä menee eri henkilöille. Never mind Alfina and Alicia, I'm certain they will come. They will be back soon enough. Signed documentation. The nature of this paperwork is not particularly well guarded secret, but due to how dull it is to read, it will nevertheless remain largely unknown. Voi vain. Pääsikö tonne? Are you not one of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the XIV. Theopoldin's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope your science succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlian has never been a nation of the curious. Has ever been a nation of curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. Ikinä en näe tommosta sanaa. Nähnyt enkä kuullut. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have talent for this work. The Swedish papers only need to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. Return with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, you will note. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe you struggled out of your swaddling clothes and This is quite enough of that. Thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we'd ask to hear, to reiterate. Of course. I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Leveilleur name garners such respect in Charlian is your family's storied history. You too can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Nieuwkerk's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I've never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. This was Nieuwkerk's pronouncement: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, to Nieuwkerk's words but his deeds, he asserted, in defiance of his peers, that choosing to save the great and the small from rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations that led to him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict, and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louisoix lived by the personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlian or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet fortune could not reconcile Louisoix's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fortune agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? God's no Fortune was a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I had not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. Tämä sanon luin Materia Faterina. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you are on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. I'll say, thank you for your insight. When next we meet our friends, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Hey, you three. Graham, surely Cockle hasn't driven you out of the force already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alice and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Tenshak? Can you spare the time? Guys, it. Perfect. This shouldn't take long. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Coco wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Coco's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of heat being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire aspected ether in Labyrinthus is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, so to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. Sitten matkalle. This is where we part then. We'll see you in Charlene Hamlet once the adamantite rise, if not before. This way then. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water aspected ether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself, trust me. Can I ask that you put down any that draw too near? They'll pose you a little trouble, I'm sure. Paitsi se on kuitenkin level 8 et missä on kaikki level 80 tyliin toi tuolla. Tai mikähän level ei no. No 8. No niin, mä oon kyllä sillä alueella, että wait here if you would. Tää on tyliin, kun tää on sitä restricted area tai jotain, mikä tää nyt olikaan. Mä kyllä itse ollut enemmän. Mä ajattelin, että se oli tämä alue, mutta se on tää. Mutta tämä alue täällä sitten oli jotain, mitähän liekkasi 3 jotain. Jaha, mitä mä painan? Windows-nappi ilmeisesti. Ei, kun mitkä napit? Hei, Ctrl-T. Ctrl-4. On yllättävän heikko. Ottakaa sitä tekniikan seppiä. Eiköhän myös kuolla. Jaha, mitä se avaa taustalla? Tähän mä menin painamaan tuossa aikaisemmin. No ei se näytä avautua mikään. Ei, nyt tuli taas tää hiirinäkyviä. Mä ei tässä koneet. Se on vaan EAN. Ei Ubisoft, mikä tää on? Ubisoft. Ei kiinnosta, mene pois. Did everything go smoothly out there? Out here? I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. The water either appears to be venting properly. Tähän on yritin lausua äsken. I expect Kokolo will have seen a difference in his force flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone. Yet you, and all you, have... Yet part of this I shared with everyone, yet you, and all you, have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alag, of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was the material which saw much use as part of the Alagans' efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world. Dalamad, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Alag's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist Ammon. Nimi. Did he remember his life as Hermes? I believe he had his own reasons. There is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Asians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alag that moved Ammon to resurrect Emperor XIV. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating XIV's return, Ammon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves with the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not XIV been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Ammon's desire was his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be means to be the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Ammon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of the actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment, and yet to reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Kakalo's getting on? Nyt mä voisin mennä sinne tupakille. Jos mä pidän pienen break. Saatan ehkä nukkua. Ja, nyt tuli viestikin. Saatan ehkä nukkua, katsotaan. Mutta mulla tosiaan nyt ei ole striimi päällä, niin ei ole mitään väliä. Ja jatketaan. Tässä on itse asiassa ollut viikko välissä ja olen vähän pelannut Minecraftin parit viime päivät. Itse asiassa mä oon säätänyt Minecraftiin sen 4 päivää. En pelannut sitä nyt sitten vihdoin viimein pari päivää. Itse asiassa mä taisin säätää sitä joku 5 päivää. Suurin huuhkiminen kyllä taisi olla siinä sen ensimmäisen 3 päivää, sitten seuraavat 2 päivää meni vähän säätäessä, mutta mä vetelen tästä peliajan loppuun ja sitten mä ehkä keskityn tuohon Minecraftiin. Mut nyt tässä kun vielä peliaikaa on jäljellä, mä tässä kuussa nyt ihan hirveästi pelannut, niin koetaan nyt pelata tätä nyt sen verran eteenpäin kun vaan pystyy. Ja mulla on nyt aikaisempi video 2 pätkää renderöitymässä. Pistin ne yhteen, niin hitto kun toi on hidasta. Mut tää tuntuu toimiva ihan hyvin, niin pyörivä ihan hyvin, niin voi pelata. Minecraft on muutenkin sitä, että semmonen peli, että sitä ei pystyisi kyllä varmaan pelaamaan. Sitä ei pysty melkein pelaamaan muutenkaan. Niin se on niin prossusyöppö ja editointi on prossusyöppöä, niin tämä peli tuntuu pyörivä ihan hyvin, vaikka on tuo editointi. Niin mikäs siinä sitten, pelataan tätä. Mutta nyt jatketaan. Tääkin video kyllä pitää editoida yhteen aikaisemman pätkän kanssa. I can feel those flames ablazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha, but there's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. Melkein muista mitä tässä tapahtuu. Bonds of adamant height. I do trust you to deliver on your promise, I do. Only I hate waiting. I want that adamantite, and I want it now. We share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with? Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? Tää herättää tasolkulihakset. I wish this sitting about's unbearable. Pity the form frowns on recreational explosions. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated. Get you gone. I've mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I just go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better use for your time, however, I will join you in Charlie and Hamlet anon. Tää ehkä ihan täydellisesti pyöri, mutta voin sanoa, että tää pyörii paremmin kuin mun Minecraft. Mutta onneksi on uusi tietokone. No, en nyt ole vielä tulossa, kun ei ole rahaa. Mut sit kun tulee rahaa, niin sitten tulee uusi tietokone. Sitten luulis editoinnikin olevan pikkusen nopeampaa kuin on 10 vuotta uudempi prossu. Itse asiassa ei tämä mun prossu edes olekaan. No on se nyt 6 vuotta vanha jo, mutta high end ja upo uusi, niin luulisin, että ei kauan ollut, kun pitäisi tuhista monen tunnin videossakaan. If you wait here, your companions are bound to turn up sooner or later. Ja uusi näytöohjelma. Vähän mietin, että ostanko mä sen 4090 vai odotanko mä 5090. Mä en tiedä jaksaisinko mä odottaa, mutta kai se on pakko. Parin kuukauden odotus, että näytöohjelma säilyy 2 vuotta pidempään. Koska 4090 on jo pari vuotta vanha.
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperites, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryle. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbour at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Tosiaan toi mun renderöinti. No, eka mä katsoin, niin se olisi mennyt 6,5 tuntia, sitten se vähän. Eka 5,5 tuntia, sitten 6,5 tuntia, sitten 7 tuntia. Nyt kun mulla on tää peli päällä.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news.
Ne menee 9 tuntia, mutta
Great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbour. Your presence is requested with all speed.
mieluummin pelaa 9 tuntia, kun odotan 5,5. Sitten mä editoin niitä Minecrafteja. Voi olla kyllä, että huomenna menee siihen sitten, että mä editän ne Minecraftit ja. No, niin.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
Hei, sinä näkyy tuttuja.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamud shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back!
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Soroban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allagan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
Ei ole nättiä miekkaa saisi uhrata.
Our friends in Bosnia, for instance, have sent along a few artifacts for the brave allies of the Resistance. That's you.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements. Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary phoenix blade for this noble cause. Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onokoro, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies. I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending. When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Mother!
Millions.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And 'twould be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
Cringe.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlia. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters, though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon?
No, vihdoin se CD tuli sieltä auttamaan meitä.
And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
See it! You brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship. Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlit before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius. He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter. What he sent is an Allegan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it too.
As you like as not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryl's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now, far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them.
Idleshire?
I know. How the Gobbyflock fought.
Aina sanonut Idleshire.
Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness. The clash between their machina and the Allegan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ashdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Chrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well." Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me, as family. You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming, and a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great Exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisois openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Carteneau. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbour, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You've no small number of friends and admirers here after all.
Oh god, älkää kattoko mua tolle. Tai siis millään tavalla. Our moment of triumph is close at hand.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
Yllättävän pitkä katsiini. Eikä peli varoittanut mitään siitä, että nyt tulee pitkä. No, näissä latauksissa saattaa kestää nyt pidempään, kun on toi renderöinti. Ja jotain mun piti sanoa myös sitä editoinnista, mutta sitä nyt niin pitkä aika, että en muista. Muistan vain, että jotain piti sanoa. Mä oon muuten säätänyt äänestä Minecraftia varten vähän pienemmälle musiikit. Ja nyt säätänyt takaisin. Jos nyt kuulostaa hiljemmalta kuin ennen, mutta itse asiassa olen miettinyt pitkään mun ääntä, kun se menee tuonne punaiselle aina välillä, että pitäisikö mun säätää mun puheääntäkin pienemmälle. Haloo, haloo, pää. Haloo, pöö. Haloo, pöö. En tiedä että onko se jotenkin silleen, että niinku, no nyt mun puhekin on vähän pienemmällä. Edelleen pitäisi olla yli musiikkia, mutta se ei välttämättä pitäisi mennä ainakaan niin pahasti punaisille. Mä oon tosiaan miettinyt, että onko tää, kuuluuko mun ääni liian voimakkaasti, säriseekö se tai jotain, jos se, tai mitä ääntä sitten mahtaa tehdä, jos se menee punaiselle. Alun perin ajatellut, että se vaan kuuluu voimakkaasti eikä siinä olisi mitään haittaa, mutta no, säädin sen nyt. Jatketaan. We have finally managed to clear the harbor, which means that the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued us an invitation. Pääsään vihdoin näkemään, tapaamaan sitä Hardelinia. As was agreed, he will reveal the means by which Hardelin may be contacted. We are to meet him at Aporia when we are ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the forum's method for speaking with her is not without risks. I am curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with the Adamantites have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need doing. The forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tataru. We are off to Aporia then. Tataru jäi siihen. Hypätään sinne. Niin, sitä piti. No, kyllä mä sen jotenkin sanoin, mutta katsotaan sitä renderöintiä nyt. Se sanoo... Musta vaan tuntuu, että toi aika vaan koko ajan pidentyy. Tosiaan, kuten sanoin, niin eka 6,5 tuntia, ei kun 5,5 tuntia, 6,5 tuntia, sitten 7 tuntia. Alan pelaamaan tätä peliä 9 tuntia. Nyt on 12 tuntia 14 minuuttia. Ja tunnin se on sitä pyörittänyt jo. Puoli tuntia saanut renderöityä. No. Eipä sille nyt ole sinänsä väliä. Mä tätä kuitenkaan jaksa. Ei mun tarvi pelata tätä peliä kuitenkaan sitä aikaa, mitä tai renderöi, että sitten kun tuntuu siltä, että okei, tää riittää mulle tältä päivältä, niin sitten se nopentuu taas. Ja siinä voi varmaan paljon olla monta tuntia jäljellä, eikä siinä ole siinä kohtaa mitään väliäkään. Mut tuntuu jotenkin vaan hullulta. Noin renderöintiajat. Tenshak, I have already shown the others inside. You will want to speak with Clarilane. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. You're with Master Fortune, oh yes. Just step inside the lift here. From here, we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos and its most closely guarded secret, Vormasane. It marks the beginning and end of our efforts, whence we delve to seek audience with Star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. Vaikka mä oltu täällä ennen. Eipä kai. En muista. Mä muistan kyllä olleeni täällä kyllä ennenkin, mutta se on ollut sillä aikaisemmalla pelikerralla ainakin, että ollaanko nyt oltu täällä, niin en muista enää. Ehkä ei. Kattelee siihen malliin, että näyttää uudelta paikalta. Teeny tiny toy boat. Täällä ihan sisällä mä en oo kyllä kai varmaan käynyt vielä. On kyllä nätti alus, ei siinä. I bid you welcome to Vormasane. Direct your attention toward its center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure the thrust-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The ether burner, as you know, have been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I have received word that Cockle and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. It was by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Hyden ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? No, ehkä mä käyn tupakilla ennen kuin mennään puhumaan sille. Noin. Jos 89. Loppu hämöttää itse asiassa. Fortune is ready to lead you to Harlin at last. We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. Meni tonne päin. No, joo. Ei se tainnutkaan olla sitä mitään renderöinnistä, mitä mä halusin puhua, vaan se oli enemmänkin varmaan siitä mun näytöohjelmasta mä taisin haluta sanoa jotain. Et kai mä menen sillä 5090 ja sitten mulle tulee myös AMDn Ryzen 7 9800 X3D ja sitten tietenkin uusin emolevy. Mikähän se oli, joku X tai Jetta 890 tai 980. Mut emolevyt on kyllä niinku kaikki niin heperää, että siinä on kaikkea ja kaikessa on kaikkea ja mä en tiedä yhtään mitä mä tarvin. Sen verran on oppinut, että tarvin siihen sen PCIe Gen 5 sitä mun uutta näytöohjelmaa varten, mutta semmonen tulee ainakin yksi siihen, mutta tarvinko mä toisen siihen, en tiedä. Ja sitten mulle tulee 8 teraa SSDtä, sitten mä hommaan vielä päälle sitten 8 teraa HDDtä. HDDlle saa nauhoitukset laitettua ja pikkuset vanhemmat pelit ja 8 teraa on sinänsä kyllä luulisi itsessään riittävä, mutta jotenkin mä haluan vähän silleen niinku eritellä vielä että niinku, että vähän olisi niinku nauhoitukset, että ei mene kaikki niinku samalle asemalle, että SSDlle kaikki, että se kuitenkin nauhoitukset niinku kuormittaa sitä laitetta niin paljon, että mä en luota siihen että SSD kestäisi niin paljon semmoista niin kuin videoiden lisäämistä sinne, että mä en pistä ne HDDlle mieluummin. Musta tuntuu, että se kestää paremmin, mutta kyllä mulla HDDtkin mennyt rikki, että siis tää mun nykyinen C-asemahan on aika rikki, että mut tosiaan kestäisikö se SD menemään, mutta kun siinä on joku raja, että kuinka paljon sitä pystyy uudelleen käyttämään ja toki normaali käyttäjä ei välttämättä tule ikinä saavuttamaan niitä rajoja, mitä nyt semmoisiin pystyy uudelleen kirjoittamaan sitä tietoa, mutta mä en nyt olekaan sinänsä mikään normaali käyttäjä sen suhteen, että normaalit käyttäjät asentaa peliä ja pitää sen siellä ja ehkä joskus sitten kun se täyttyy, niin poistaa jotain pelejä, mutta se on niinku muutama, jos siinä 8 teraa, niin sanotaan, että niinku 3-kertainen määrä voi ehkä niinku uudelleen kirjoittaa, mutta tavallisella käytöllä, mutta kun minä teen näitä videoita, niin se on niinku monet uudelleen kirjoitukset. Niin, sille. Mutta jatketaan. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilized this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in Lomasen. Kaunista. No sooner did the form decide that an exodus from the star would be necessary than it began work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Heidel's ever fainter echoes. The ideascope. Se on muuten joku dunkku kai. Oi ei. And you communicate with her through this device. For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the ideascope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor of your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know, I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The ideascope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Through it we can watch and guide you. Mä en vieläkään ole ihan varma, onko tuo ideascopes ocular lens, niinku ideascopein, mikä lenssi toi nyt ocular lenssi onkaan, vai onko toi niinku, että ideascope is ocular, ei, se olisi en ocular lens, okei, no, hyvä sanoa äänen. Eli ideascopein ocular lens. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there is an increased probability that we will extract you too early or too late. Please allow me. Et ole vieläkään dunkkuihin mukaan. I have thought upon this much, and in truth, I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babylon drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the manner that Master Fortunor has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust me in this? Will you trust in me to do so? I can think of none I'd trust more, compared to all the efforts you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition or to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. Good point. You flatter me, but rest assured that I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. There is one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. Those in the ages past referred to the Ether Sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace, its memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet, what of these memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. And those deaths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also to have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. So beautiful. Vähän tekis mieli kyllä mennä pelaajien kanssa, mutta... Mutta onko ikinä ollut näin paljon porukkaa saatavilla? Gunbreakeri vai paladini?
Stand ever ready.
My turn. Gunbreakerille ja... Sage vai... Sua saa White Magicssähän. No mennään astrologianilla.
Our fates are not yet sealed.
Se vaan antaa buffeja. Ehkä se on parempi healeri kuin Alfinol. Sitten Red Mage, Black Mage vai Dragoon. Taidan tykätä Black Magesta.
Victory will be ours!
Victory will be ours.
Victory will be ours!
Joo, mennään tällä. En jaksa odottaa pelaajia. Varsinkin kun on tuota renderöinti, niin ei koskaan tiedä kun tää pätkii ja sinne vaan juoksee eteenpäin ilman mua. Ai niin, mutta sitten tästä ei tarvitse stressaa sitä, että muut joutuu odottamaan, kun katsoo katsiineen. No, kumpi sitten on tosiaan hitaampaa, niin en tiedä. Olenhan tätä varmaan kysynyt ennenkin.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
Niin, se peruskysymys. Kumpi on nopeampaa? Odottaa pelaajia ja juosta dunkku läpi nopeammin. Vai mennäkö suoraan, mutta just dunkki läpi hitaammin? No, riippuu kelloajasta ja päivästä. Tälleen. Tässä nyt onkaan. Nyt on perjantai. No perjantai aamu, niin vähän on porukkaa. Arkipäivä aamu.
Mitre.
No mutta mitäs höpisisi? Varmaan viikon mä tutkiskelin sitä myös tieto itse asiassa. Alkaako sitä olemaan 2 viikkoa, kun mä oon viimeksi jatkunut tätä peliä. Viikon mä kattelin sitä tietokonetta. SSD tulee olemaan se 64 gigaa. Se on reippaasti liikaa. 32 gigaa sinänsä. Mä laskeskelin, että niinku 32 gigaa on sinänsä niinku tällä hetkellä niinku se, mikä on niinku tarpeellinen. Jos Windows 11 kuulemma saattaa syödä itsessään se niinku, no 2/8. Sitten tommonen Hogwarts Legacy vie 22,3. Sen pitäisi viedä vain 16, mutta se on ilmeisesti huonosti optimoitu peli, mutta no, fact of the matter is, että se on haluaa aina Ilberdi. Se optimaali siihen on se 22. Lasketaan nyt 22 plus 8, jos Windows 11 nyt sitten pyörittää ihan maksimilla. Oh god. Käytetään sitä mä näin. Tähän tulee varmaan joku superisku jostakin johonkin, että siis se kuoleekin nopeasti, mutta mä en sitten odottaa vielä. Edes pikku hetki.
Make ready!
Mutta niin, se 32. No, plus sitten vielä toi Kromeahan vie, no niin, sieltä tulee se. Arvasin, kautta muistin. Ja sieltä tulee sitten bossi saman tien, joo kyllä, no niin. No. Niin, sitten Kromea vielä se 1 gigan ainakin. Tyyliin kun se on edes musiikki tavallisesti päällä. Ja tää onkin tuttu bossi. Haetaan Liviä nyt. No, Liviäkin on kyllä tuttu, mutta tää on siitä mistä Void Arkissa, kun tää nyt sitten onkaan. Niin, ja sitten jos siinä on vähänkään enemmän niitä täbejä, niin sitten se voi helposti viedä sen 2 gigaakin luultavasti. Tää huomioon, että munkin tietokone vie ihan tavallisesti sen kasuaalisesti sen 5 gigaa tavallisesti, eli 4 gigaa Windowsia, kaikki noin mitä sillä taustalla sitten sattuu olemaan. Ja nää on kyllä ihan eri mekaniikat kuin se miten siinä Void Arkissa oli, vaan missä se nyt sitten ikinä olikaan. Niin, mulla on tietokone itsessään ja se 5 gigaa tavallisesti. Toki alkaahan tää olemaan vanha, joo. Tähän sekin ottaa huomioon, mutta tää ottaa huomioon, että mä en vaihtele tai päivittele mun tietokonetta silleen niinku välttämättä joka vuosi, tai en todellakaan tule päivittämään joka vuosi tai upgradeaamaan. Se on tyyliin sen 10 vuotta pitää selvitä sillä koneella. Niin. 32 gigaa ramia vaan ei ole riittävästi. 48 ehkä voi riittää 10 vuotta. En tiedä. Mut 64 tulee 32 gigaa kortteina. Eikä 24 gigasina. Se on jotenkin semmonen kuulostaa järkevämmältä määrältä. 32 kastikut. Niin, tällä hetkellä se 64 on ihan liikaa. Ei oo mitään käyttötarvetta sille, mutta niinku 32, ja 32 on semmonen niinku aika bueno, että se riittää kaikkeen. Mutta siis niin, tulevaisuuden varalta ja ettei vahingossakaan mene yli, että sä tiedä, kun ensi vuonna tulee peli, mikä vaatii yli 24 gigaa muistia 22 sijaan. Niin se menee jo yli sen 32 gigan ramin, mitä sitä tarvii nykypäivänä. Sehän sanotaan kovasti myös jossakin, että se 16 gigaa on ihan hyvä, mutta mun laskelun mukaan ei oo. 2 minimi. No siitä pitää heittää vähän yli. Se on kyllä melkein kuollut, mutta vedetään technical steppi.
Follow the flow of ether. It will guide you.
Tonne.
The ether is too dense. I'm losing you.
Mitäs muuta? No sitä HD-dessä piti vielä sanoa, että tässä on SSD. Miksi se homma miksi sen hommas vaan 16 teraa SSDtä. Se on aika kallista. Mulla on kyllä nyt hyvin rahaa käytössä, mutta se on kuitenkin niin yli 800 €, kun se mitä onkaan. Se 8 teraa rammia, eikö siis SSDtä. HDD ei kuitenkaan ole kuin 150 €, että kai sekin on kyllä aika paljon, mutta mä en välttämättä tarvii niin paljon sitä. En tarvii niin paljon sitä SSDtä. Mitäs muuta siihen koneeseen tulee? Power supply tietenkin. Mut ollaan tässä hetki. Mä arvion mukaan, no 4090 ja noiden kaikkien mitä mä siinä on arvioinut, niin se olisi 1000, mitä hetkonen.
Together we shall overcome this.
Bossi häännyttää tuolla. Ja mistäkään kanssa hyvin. Ne sanoi, että se on, mitä se olikaan, 900 1200, tai siis no käytässä. 1199. Niin se pitää tietenkin olla sen verran, että se riittää 1200, mutta se nyt sitten näkee sitten kun tulee ne uudet rossut ja näytöohjelmat, paljon ne vie tehoja. Intelihän oli aika pettymys, että odotin innolla sitä Ultra 2 seriisiä, mutta sitä sanotaan, että se on niin kuin melkein sama yhtä tehokas. Ei se ole yhtä tehokas. Se on heikompi. Jos uudempi se uusi jos menisi toisinpäin. Uudempi vie paljon enemmän tehoja ja antaa vain 3 FPS lisää. Olisin mä vähän pettynyt, mutta se on parempi, niin minä menen sillä. Mut sit mä totesin että AMD, se, no 5800. Mikäs se oli? 7800 X3D. Sehän on tehokkaampi kuin se Intelin se tämänhetkinen uusin, eli 14900 i9 14900. Tää voi olla viimeinen bossi, kun ei tullut katsiin, mutta tää on jo 3. bossi, eikö tää oo? Vai toinen? Joo, on tää jo 3. bossi. No, ehkä tässä on useampi kuin 3. Eihän se kiellettyä ole, mutta se on epätavallista. Mikäs tää on? Ritarin. Ritarin on jotenkin tutun kuulonen, mutta nyt en muista yhtään. Oho. Jotain kusipäitä nää kaikki on. Mutta niin. Ja nyt on tulossa sitten jossain vaiheessa se, onko se itse tulossa marraskuun 7. päivä? Tää video ei välttämättä tule kyllä siihen mennessäkään edes vielä pihalle, että siihen nyt on viikko. Katsoa milloin mä saan nämä videot pihalle, että mä en nyt on vittynyt mun kännykän netillä upata videota YouTubeen. Kumpi nois tuo? Kai se on tulossa. Tuliko se joku kilpi, että se oli tehottomampi? No, tekniikaseppi ei tää mennä hukkaan. Perustanssiahan nyt voi tehdä melkein koko ajan. Se on standard step. Kyllä se on perustanssi. Toivottavasti mulla on siihen mennessä tullut rahat, että saan tilattua sen uunituorelta. Ja mä toivon, että kun näitä uusia juttuja tulee, niin skalpperit ei vie niitä kaikkea tämmöistä ikävää. Sitten niitä ei saa olla saatavilla tai jotain. Mitäs muuta tietokoneen siihen kuuluu? Oli vähän suunnitelmassa myös jotain niin äänikortin hommaaminen, koska tää FX-soundi ei välttämättä kuulosta aina ihan hyvältä. Särisee välillä. Ja silläkin, mutta kattoo nyt. Ja uudet näytöt pitää hommata. Ja tän vanhan tietokoneen mä saan sen serverikoneeksi. Mä hommaan suurin piirtein yhtä ison näytön, mikä mulla tää isompi TV. Tässä nyt on mulla 2 TV-näyttöä. Isompi ja pienempi. Uusi näyttö tulee olemaan. No, ne tulee olemaan molemmat kyllä saman kokoisia. Varmaan 3 näyttöä. Tää isompi TV-näyttö menee TV-pöydälle. Ihan TV-ksi. Tästä tulee 4K-näyttö. Tossa siitäkin mä oon kyllä ollut vähän 2 vaiheella, että kuulemma 1080p näyttää huonolta 4K-näytöllä, mutta siitäkin mä oon vähän miettinyt sitä, että kun 4090 ei välttämättä pyöritä edes 4K:ta kauhean hyvin, silläkin mä aloittelen 5090. Ja ja 3. näyttö tulee olemaan samankokoinen kuin tää tuonne pienempi TV. Sen ei tarvi olla mitään muuta kuin se 1080p, että en pelaalle sinne tai mitään, että se on vaan side-näyttönä, mutta onko semmosia mitenkä sitten saatavilla, että tämäkin kuitenkin on sen verran iso, että moni käyttää ton kokosta ihan perusnäyttönä. Ja niitä löytyy sitten 4K:na ja tämmöisenä, että 1080p riittää hyvin, mutta mä haluan että siinä on se on vähän laadukkaampi kuin tommonen. No ainakin 10 vuotta vanha TV. No, sainko nyt tuonne akrot? Sitten mitäs muuta siihen tietokoneeseen kuuluu? Mulla meni toi mun vanha rokkasin näppissä rikki, mutta jos mä hommasin tilalle tämmösen. No tässä on makrot, mutta mä en tiedä, että miten ne makrot itse asiassa toimii, koska tässä ei oo mitään semmoista yhtä kätevää semmoista nauhoitussysteemiä ja tässä jostain hommattaa ajurit tähän tai jotain, mutta tää on vähän aika paljon kykeempikin näppis kuin se rokkatin. Ehkä mä hommaan uudestaan sen rokkatin sitten. Ja siis hajos omasta toimesta. Kaattui vähän kahvia siihen päälle, niin vaikka napit toimimassa kunnolla. Tosin verrattuna siihen mun vanhaan näppäimistöön, mikähän se oli Sidewinder X6, niin siihen kaatui vaikka ei mitään päälle. Vähän kaatui limsaa ja vähän kaatui kahvia. Eikä se toiminut enää kauhean hyvin kyllä, mutta niin, siis ne näppäimet meni sokerista vähän jumiin. Mutta se kyllä sinänsä, niin kyllä jos niin nappia paino, niin, tai sai painettua sitä nappia niin fyysisesti, niin kyllä se sitten toimi. Nyt tulee viimeinen bossi. Se kyllä niinku totestaa, että en toimi enää. Onko tää Hermes? Kuulostaa Hermekseltä.
This is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons.
Onko se Haares? Amon the Undying. No aika samat henkilöt, Amon ja Hermes ja Hades. Mut joo, aika hyvin mä tunnistin äänen perusteella Amoni.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far. You will persist in this folly no longer. Be gone!
Oikeas pudota. Ei voi.
The stage is set.
Right viraka forte. Mä isken sen tonne. Kyllä.
Let the curtains rise for the resurrection.
Be gone!
Sieltä tulee Shiva. Ai sortti. Tässä tämmönen piilon tänne. Joo, kyllä. Mutta mikä toi Curtain Call oli, missä se oli?
What a boorish audience you are!
Oliko se Amonin perus niitä liikkeitä? Siellä Crystal Towerissa. Sinne piti mennä piiloon. Left viraka. No eipä mulla on varmaan enempää ole sanottavaa tietokoneesta, katsi ihan muuta tulee sen erityisempää. Hiirestähän voi totta kai sanoa, että eiköhän tää vanha hiiri riitä kyllä. Ainakaan erikoinen ei mulla koskaan mitään MMO-hiiriä ollut tai mitään. Tärkeintä on, että niinku siinä on tälleen vasemmalla puolella molemmat noi niin liikuttamisnapit. On joskus semmosia, missä on niinku vasemmalla ja oikealla yksi. Oi, nyt tuli kyllä huono aika. Ai. Se jäi just sitten siihen 2 alle. Ei perse. Tosi itse asiassa ne en tää hiiri täydellinen ole. Tässä saisi olla vähän lähempänä noin sivunapit, että mä sinänsä onnistu. No, aika pitkälti mä yleensä kyllä käytän vaan internetselaimissa taaksepäin menon nappia, että en niinkään käytä sitä eteenpäin menoa, mutta jos käytäkin, niin mä painastan sitten mun etusormalla. Jos ne molemmat olisi vähän taaempana silleen, että mä voisin painaa paremmin peukalolla, niin molempia nappeja, niin sitten olisi bueno, mutta olen ihan tyytyväinen tähän hiireen. Urp-kuulokkeetkin kyllä tarttisin, nää on vähän rikki, että näiden kanssa on säätämistä.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far. You will persist in this folly no longer.
Aika pitkä aika päästä pois on taas. No, tämähän onkin vain dunkku. Ei dunkkuja ole tarkoitus olla vaikeeta. Tosi sinänsä...
Away with you.
Kyllä sanonut sitä ennenkin, että... Ja tosin mä kyllä unohdin mitä mun piti sanoa, että... No. Niin no. Että dunkkuihin vois päässä niinku alilevuisena niloissa vähän... Semmosta haastetta niinku semmosta niinku... Levelin pohjalta. Koska sehän on RPG:ssä kyllä että niinku... Jos olet alilevuinen, niin peli on vaikea. Jos olet ylilevuinen, niin peli on helppo. Et sinänsä tämmösen niinku... Se haaste, mikä tämmöisessä korkealevussa dunkussa on, niin pitäisi olla se että... Minne noin menee? Niin, että sitten pääsee oikealle levelille, niin on oma haasteensa. Että se sinänsä mekanikkona ei tarvitse olla mitään haastetta. Mut myös yksi pointti on siinä, että mä oon sanonut, tai halunnut, että isomman levun dunkut tai mikä tahansa, niin saisi enemmän haastetta kuin vanhoissa. Siihen liittyy tää, että jos isomman levelin dunkku, tai niinku siis dunkkuihin vois mennä alilevuisenakin, niin siellä olisi semmoista omanlaista haastetta. Ei kerkeä tuomassa kakkosessa limit break, niin pistän tämän nyt.
I will not hold back.
Pitääkö syödä tämän jälkeen? Se olisi varmaankin sitten siinä. Siinä. Level 93.
Lies! All lies! Your dreams, your hopes, your futures.
Cry some more. Voisiko ehkä käydä tupakilla? Tässä on 10 minuuttia aikaa iltata. Joo. Ei mennyt edes 5 minuuttia. Eiku just tasa 5 minuuttia. Mutta ei peli valittanut, että sinulla on 5 minuuttia aika poistua täältä. Tai liikkuu tai miten se olikaan.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to her.
Come to deal the coup de grace.
Tää ei menekaan automaattisesti.
Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Do you recall your days as Hermes?
How would you know that name?
Pitkä tarina.
Then it was you, in Elpis, with Emmett Silk. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them, no matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emet adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly! But make no mistake, my life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand.
To live is to suffer. On joku buddhalan, no en tiedä onko se sentimentti vai mikä se sitten onkaan, onko se sanonta vai. Mut muistan jostakin ton juurikin tämmöisen ilmaisun, että to live is to suffer. Tässä muistan tästä tuli vaan muuten mieleen sitten silloin alun perin buddhalaiset opetukset. Et siinä, no siis itse asiassa nyt kun mä aloin miettimään, niin se oli että niinku luin sen suomen kielellä, että niinku eläminen on loppujen lopuksi niinku kärsimystä. Se on se, että minkä takia niinku ne haluaa niinku nirvanaan, haluaa, no, liittyykö valaistuminen siihen mitenkään, en tiedä. Mutta yli niinku hindulaisuudessa elämän niinku on niinku tämmönen tulee uudelleen syntyminen. Että niinku syntyy jonain toisena elämänä tai jotain, ja sitten buddhalaisuudessa niinku yritetään päästä eroon siitä, että niinku se ei ole lahja, vaan se on kirous, että niinku ne yrittää päästä nirvanan. Ja sitten hauskasti kyllä siinä sitten kristinuskossa ne pääsee sinne, no mikä on buddhalaisella nirvana, niin onko se myös hindulaisuudesta, en minä tiedä. Mutta siellä on niin sitten kristinuskossa on sitten taivas. Ne pääsee suoraan sinne ilman, että tarvii yrittääkään. Mutta jatketaan.
It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution. That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years.
Is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Van Dam, still clinging to existence, I see.
Kukas tämä nyt on?
You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to men, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Arsahe?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance. Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
Next time we will find the answers together.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was, for the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. The tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise, I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Mummy.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
Ooh la la. Ooh mama. Wow. You look different. You look magnificent.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge.
Vitsi, miten nätti.
I know why you have come, yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless that our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream. Yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless, and thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light, For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy.
Oh god.
Hark!
Tuleeko tässä sitten reaali? Äiti, älä viitti.
Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye, no room for confusion there. In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light, shouldst thou emerge victorious.
Mikä kysymys? The Master Crystal. Onko tää level 90 vai vielä 89? During this quest and when using the duty spot system, you have the opportunity to undertake this trial with the party of science. Some of these allies roles will differ from those of you are normally able to select. Okei, tämän pystyy vetämään kavereiden kanssa. No on ne mun kavereita. Minun mielikuvituskavereita. Minulla ei ole oikeita kavereita. No on mulla oikeita kavereita. Mut joo, yleensä triaaleita ei pysty vetämään NPC:den kanssa. Additionally, you may enter the Itascope with a party of NPC avatars to make use of the... Joo, sillä mä vedin jo. Jatko tänne. Eikö nyt on sitä samaa questia vai vieläkin? Eli siis 89. Joo, kyllä, 89. Taas sitä samaa questia. Yhdessä questissa tulee 2. No, jos en paremmin tietäisi, että tässä tulee vielä 90 questeja, niin väittäisin, että tämä on viimeinen, mutta eihän tää ottanut olla niin. Sehän Realm Reborn oli, että siinä oli pari dunkkua peräkkäin, ja sitten siinä oli Heavensward, jossa oli dunkku ja triaali. Mut sitten Stormbloodissa oli jossain vaiheessa dunkku ja triaali, mut se ei loppunut vielä siihen. Ja Shadowbringersissa taisi olla sama juttu, että oli dunkku ja triaali. Mut ei loppunut vielä siihen. No, mä käyn vessassa ja vaikka tupakilla taas uudestaan. Ennen kuin mennään tuohon. No niin. Katsotaan, mitä näissä kaverissa saa. 2 tankkia, really. Eli jos mä menen tankiksi, niin Graha vaihtaa sitten Black Magiksi. Miten sitten 2? Jos mä menen healeriksi, niin miten sitten... Onko se sitten summoneri vai... Sinä olet sit... Taisettu mukaan ollenkaan. Kuka sen... Ja joku sitten jää ulkopuolelle näissä. Eikö sinä? Mä ajattelin että Alfino pysyy sagena. Sinä oot sitten summoneri. Uriangeri on summoneri. Okei. Tässä kun mun vetää ihan vaan... Tässä kun mun vetää vaihteeksi healerinä. Ei mä vedä vaihteeksi tankina. Vedetään Dark Knightina. Harvinaista herkkua päässä vetää triaalia tankkina. Eli nyt sinä olet Black Mage. Meillä on 2 Black Magea kyllä nyt, mutta... Meillä on 3 sitten niinku casteria ja 1 meleettejä. Ei sinänsä kyllä hyvä balanssi. No, minä vedän Dark Knightina. Screw it. Ei ole enää Northern Emptillä. Divine Light Heidelin. Perus.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth.
Perus JRPG. Vihdoin ja viimein päästään pieksemään Supreme Card. Eka aloitetaan sillä, että piestään rottia ja sitten mennään pieksemään tommosia pikkudeitä ja ifritejä ja tämmösiä. Ja sitten ollaan menty vähän kovempiin jumaliin ja nyt on vihdoin ja viimein Supreme Deity. Testaa toimii.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate? A change of arms. May the test continue.
Pitäisikö mun muuten... Ai. Divine Mantle. Kattoo tuohon
We're near or far.
Ai. Pitänyt olla.
And now this.
Nyt varmaan pitää olla ulkopuolella. Ei, vielä kauemmas. No, onneksi hankkina saa anteeksi feilailut.
You underestimate me.
Make ready.
My blade. I can still
Ai, okei.
Stars shall grant me succor.
If I may.
You're mine.
Kakon nyt alusta, olisiko sillä ne 3? Tässä pitäis muistaa ne... Se on varmaan ei, vihreä on kauas.
Light unyielding.
Noin. Jännä, että noi feilaa kyllä noi mekaniikat ihan yhtä lailla, mutta... Niitä ei nyt voi kannata seurata, että... Ne ei saa niitä... Ei saa vulnerability stackkejä. Sininen oli... Se on risti.
You cannot stop us. Crystals of light, to me. Here.
Ai minkä kimpputa menitte?
The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise. Think. And find your way in the darkness.
Together we shall overcome this.
I have you now. Follow your light.
Yksi jäi.
Or fly, my children, and never look back.
Tää ei kyllä ole musta kiinnostaa, että niinku mä oon tankki, että mä en tee hirveästi vahinkoa. Okei, no kukaan ei kuulu, mutta lähellä oli. Entä pitäisikö pelaajien kanssa pystyä saamaan tehtyä? Jaa, 3. Tää oli äkkiä. Tulis kyllä vähän mieleen, että kun noin nopeasti tulee 3, niin sitä on tankkidepsi. Tankkilimitti, ei depsi. Punainen lähelle.
We're near or far.
No, hyvä, että
We're high or low.
niin hyvä, että toi Alice kuitenkin oli innokas pitämään limit breakkejä.
This will hurt.
Se olisi aika hauska että
You underestimate me.
nämähän kaikki käyttäytyy vähän eri tavalla tosiaan. En muista, onko mä sanonut sitä, mutta tosiaan niin esimerkiksi Alice tykkää käyttää limit breakkiä. Tää oli kauas.
Light unyielding.
Away with you!
Refulgence eternal.
Ei toita mitään vahinkoa. En muista miten muut sitten, mitä eroa muiden käytöksessä sitten oli, mutta tämä oli se risti.
By blade.
Ai, suoraan siihen alle. En halunnut mennä samaan stackiin Alicen kanssa. No, oliko minä tankkina pöydä? Tankkina selviän. Et toi edellenkään tällä vahinkoa.
Succumb not to fear.
Hetkonen. Koetaan aaltoja.
Not one yet. This bodeth ill.
Aha! Mitä mä tommoselle voin tehdä? Jos kaverit peilaa mekaniikat.
Light unyielding.
Ai vitsi. Enkö mä voi feilata tätä?
I will not hold back.
Yksikö mun pitää vetää taas ei, sieltä tuli 3. Niinku, aha. Niinku, aha. Se on mulla ekoa. Joo, 10% enemmän. Come on oikeesti. Onko tää nyt suunniteltu juttu, että niinku... Tää voit päästä läpi ekalla?
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
Kyllä mä pelasin muutaman mekaniikan, mutta
A change of
me häviykö nyt siitä
May
johtuu.
the test continue.
Vaikka nyt sitten tosiaan punainen. Kyllä.
We're near or far.
Nää ei oo vieläkään kyllä oppinut tota.
And now this.
Tulee se kaulos, on eli vihreä. Kyllä.
Light unyielding.
This will hurt.
Sininen. Diagonaaliin.
By blade.
I will not hold back.
Aha. Missä on mun revarit tosta läkesnaisesta? Sieltä se tuli. Katsotaan minkä värinen se on. Vihreä.
Light unyielding.
I have you. You're mine.
Diagonaaliin.
By blade.
You underestimate me.
Crystals of light. To me.
Jos me vielä kerran hävitään tänne, niin mä vedän kyllä pelaajien kanssa. Tuossa on paha mekaniikat.
Here. The song of creation's
Oliko mä
end.
ois väissä tätä ihan hirveästi?
Feel. The sorrow and hope's demise. Think.
Might.
Find your way in the darkness.
Ylärelle työt.
I have you.
Noin lähellä mä kyllä vitti olla. Tällä kertaa mä saasin kaikki.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children,
Kuvittele
and never
jotain.
look back.
Ei äsken saatu kaikkia. Tuleeko enemmän? Tuli vähemmän vahinkoa.
Then you are resolved. But this test is far from over.
Edelleenkään.
By crystal's light. I have you now.
Dolmanle. Vihreä eli kauas.
Light unyielding.
I have you now.
Refulgence eternal.
You're mine!
We're near or far.
Tulihan semmoisilla, sen takia mä saisin manaa. Sitä kyllä varmaan hirveästi seuraa, tai kykenekään varmaan seuraamaan hirveästi, tai mitä skillejä mä teen. Kyllä varmaan ehkä huomaat sen, että manaa ei ole koko ajan lopussa. Aha. Se oli liian nopeasti sieltä. Diagonaali.
My blade!
I have you!
You underestimate me!
This will hurt.
Succumb not to fear!
Nyt tulee se kohta, missä viimeksi nää kuoli. Jatkeeko toi edes mitään? Ottaa mua. Tulette aina sinne. Olevina aika hyvä kulma, mutta näin, idiootti Alafino, idiootti Estinian. Että kaikki vaan menette sinne alle ja nyt me ollaan healerit kuolleen.
Light unyielding!
Miten niinku Black Magickaan niinku on tunnetusti niinku kaikkein vähiten liikkuvaa porukkaa, niin ei tässä tuu mitään. Se auto vaikka olisi miten paljon tahansa ekstra vahinkoa. Jos mä vaan seisoo typeryksissä, niin sille voi mitään. No maksimum HP, mutta kun vaan ei pärjää siellä. Itse mä tankin sen ihan hyvin, et haluaisin itse vetää sen pelaajien kanssa. Mutta siis niinku ne seisoo siinä tyhmässä, niin ei, siinä saa olla 100% lisää helttiä, eikä se auto vaikuttanut mihinkään. Kysy taas Googlelta. No ei oo kellään mitään kommentoitavaa näistä NPCstä. Yksi valitti sitä, että sillä oli joku paskagruppi ja sitten se lähti ja se hyppäsi semmosen, mikä oli jo Party in Progression. Tai mikä, no dunkku mikä on in Progression, niin se oli se sama, missä se lähti. Ei huonompi idea. Mä vedin ton nyt niin loppuun jo. Ei, mutta jos on partiin, siellä menee huonosti, joku on lähtenyt, niin eipä nää kauan kestä. Vedänkö mä tankkina? Ehkä mä vedän. Mä tunnen noi mekaniikat nyt niin hyvin, että tämän perusdancerina. Jos siellä on joku sitten nyyppä tankki tulee, niin onpahan yksi, joka osaa enemmän. Joka ei, ja tankit saa anteeksi niitä felottuja mekaniikkoja. Minun ei tarvi niitä saada anteeksi. Tosi pitäisi mä riipperinä. Tankkina pelaaminen, kun on 2 tankkia, niin se on ärsyttävää kyllä sanottaa, että niinku, kumpi pitää akroja. Kumpi pitää akroja. Ja jos tulee tankkistakin, niin jos mä oon main tankki, niin voinko mä luottaa siihen, että se toinen tankki tulee stackiin. Ja jos mä oon off tankki, niin pitää silmällä sitä tankkistackia. Yli puoli tuntia, voi helvettiläille. Ei, kyllä mä vedän. Niin, yksi syy, minkä takia Depsina ikävä vetää. Ei, kun mä olin jo näissä. Dark Knight. En todellakaan rupea kyllä hiilaamaan, mutta niin ehkä mä pääsen nopeammin sen dunkkuun, kun vedän tankkina. Alle 5 minuuttia, no niin. Jatketaan sitten kun toikin lahtaa. No ei ollut alle 5 minuuttia. Mut siltikin se lupaus siitä, että alle 5 minuuttia vastaan yli puoli tuntia on silti paljon parempi. Starting soon, join us as we stream letter from the producer live path. Hetkonen 6, 7, 8. 84. Ja mennyt jo kohta varttia. Tuossa on tullut lisää porukkaa. 1 liideri ja toinen depsi. Tai no 2 depsiä. 1 depsi täällä on ollut jo pidemmän aikaa, mutta mikä starting? No, mennään katsomaan tuota. Square Enixin omalla sivulla. Katsoisin mieluummin Twitchissä. No, katsotaan mitä uudistuksia tähän on tulossa. Ei kun Aase vaan heitti tänne sivulle. Täältä pääsee katsomaan Twitchistä. No, opsi avaudu nyt. Pitää katsoa joku recap siitä YouTubesta, että mistä ne höpisee oikeesti. Ei siinä on taida olla mitään kääntäjää, eikä ollut mitään striimiäkään, missä joku kääntää sitä. Mutta kohta 20 minuuttia. Voisinko mä käydä tupakilla? Ehkä mä käyn tupakilla. Tätä olisi kyllä vilkuilla tarkkaan, että niin mä en ole muuten täällä tehnytkään semmoista vielä, että vilkuilen että miltä progressi näyttää, tai toi kue näyttää, jono näyttää. Ei oo mennyt mihinkään. Se puoli tuntia alkaa häämöttämään sieltä, että I've been betrayed, jos jono on yli puoli tuntinen. Oi vitsi. Ei ihan tainnut mennä puoli tuntia. Gunbreakeri taas kaverina. 2 prauttia ja 1 kattoo katsiinia. Se Gunbreakeri ilmeisesti antaa mun meen tankata.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate? A change of arms. May the test continue.
Tänne lähelle. Kyllä.
We're near or far. And now this.
Kauas sitten.
Light unyielding.
Nyt sitten diagonaaliin.
By blade.
Lähelle.
We're near or far.
Tuolta pitäis musta käyttää myöskin Living Shadowta. Diagonaaliin.
By blade. Crystals of light, to me. Here. The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow of hope's demise. Think.
Pelaa sinne. Ainakin jotkut.
Find your way in the darkness.
Tässä on kyllä enemmän porukkaa nyt kuolleena kuin NPC:den kanssa, että mä kyllä otin ton Living Shadow huonoa aikaa.
Or fly, my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved. But this test is far from over. By Crystal's light. Where near or far. Where high or low. Light unyielding. Refulgence eternal.
Diagonaalin.
By blade.
Jaa, ihan molemmat siitä kuolen. Kukaan mukaan pystyy. Ripperiin. Tää nyt niin vaikea ole. Ihan oikeesti.
Succumb not to fear.
Toi jatko tossa no.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate? A change of arms. May the test continue. Where near or far. And now this. Light unyielding. By blade.
Light unyielding.
Aha. Piti olla ahane.
By blade. Crystals of light, to me. Here. The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise.
Näitä otetaan.
Think.
Joo. Haiden niinku Altun tekee. Mä teen tuon repraisalani. Se ei oikein tehnyt mitään.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved. But this test is far from over. By crystal's light. Where near or far. Where high or low. Light unyielding. Refulgence eternal. By blade.
Nyt alkaa
Succumb not to fear!
No, nyt menee paremmin kuin äsken. Paremmin kuin koskaan aikaisemmin.
Where near or far.
Ei kyllä auta tuo laki yhtään.
Light unyielding.
Diagonaali. Missä on diagonaalit? Siinä. Ai. En kyllä mitä sinne ollut lähelläkään. Todellakin takia olla. Vieläkö? No, menihän se vihdoin. Ja toi loppu kyllä aika säätö.
At last, man has the strength to...
Jos tankki on vielä paikalla, niin on silmää ei oo. Kuulla lepsille. Mein tankille vaan yksi kommentaatio.
No, this can't be happening.
Eikö nyt tapettu haitellinen?
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of Dynamis to our destination.
Indeed, to make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child.
The elpisflower. Tai elpis.
Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized.
Eikö?
They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope, as goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer.
Onko se pusu? Mä haluan suukon sulta.
Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift.
Pusu.
Thou dost possess the crystal of Azon, yes?
En muista.
As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, for it will not last indefinitely.
Eli siis tää mun peli, no Heidelin kuolee nyt ilmeisesti, ikävä kyllä. Mutta että mikä mulle sitten tämän jälkeen antaa sitä ekoa ja näitä voimia, niin se antaa sen mulle nyt sitten tuohon kristalliin. Peli selittää asian lorellisesti näin sitten, selvä.
As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azam's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
We will find a way. Siis ei a way, our way. We will find our way when
Of this, I have no doubt, for yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
pitää yrittää koota itteni. I am glad to see you all well, though we could roughly place your souls deep as you went your place. We could neither see nor hear you. Tai neither, ei niitä. Mä en tiedä kumpi se on. Amerikkalaiset tätä sanoo niitä ja britit sanoo neither. Mä yleensä puhuu amerikan englantia, mutta toi on semmonen niinku raut ja neither. Ne mä haluun sanoa niin. The fluctuations in your ether near the end gave me a fright. What in the world happened? Pahoja asioita. Surullisia asioita. Mun pitkäaikaisin ystävä kuoli. Ja minun äiti. Sama yhtä aikaa. You mean to say Idling is... No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Harlin's will without delay. We'll find Mithian if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal that is the fancy navigatory one. On oikein, mutta pitäisi tulla tänään käymään. The edge of the universe, where congregates onko tuo gates vai gates? And congregates the despair of countless stars. You are determined to see this through. We are. We should. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this, but that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet we have only two means to travel the great expanse, the moon and Charlian's arc. I am all too aware that without both of them there will be no exodus, but I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not resign it even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not, and would do all within my power to aid your cause. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Proving oneself to Highland is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. You can chart the course through the sea of stars in a single day. Ye gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then? And perhaps a nap. Ehkä se on tupakkataulun paikka. Ja jatketaan. Aha, I've been expecting you. I heard about your foray into the ether scene. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea? Dizziness? Hauntings? Sadness. Well, have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to our records. Kaunis kuu.
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
Sehän oli mielenkiintoinen uni. Oliko ne muistoja vai oliko toi joku, joka on kuollut ja puhuu mulle nyt sieltä Etheristä? En tunnistanut yhtä. Mutta tuollainen ääni kyllä oli. Oho. Joku sieltä Elpiksestä tai Etheriksestä. Elpiksestä, joo. Niin eihän se ollut se Hithlodeos. Denshek, I trust you have had a good rest. Ihan fine. An envoy of Master Fortunos arrived not long ago with a message. The Loppers have determined Mition's location. You have been asked to gather at the rostra. I'll meet you there, along with the others. Joko tää on level 9 questi muuten. Ei. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Loperids have deduced the whereabouts of Mithian by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Hydaelyn herself. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, at the edge of creation. Eli galaksilaitulla veikkaisinpä, koska koko universumi on niin laaja, että sinne ei pääse kyllä niin edes valon nopeudella. Niin hullulle kuin se kuulostaakin. A veritable Ultima Thule. Viimeinen alue. Indeed. How then are we to reach it? Tietenkin se, no, olisi ehkä vähän hassu, jos viimeinen alue. Mä tiesin kyllä, että tässä tulee vielä yksi alue, mutta olisi se hassu, että koko alue olisi level 90. Että aloittaa 89. Sitten varmaan jos hyvin nopeasti pyörähtää sen 90, mutta an excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule, but the myriad other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the matter crystal may not possess ether enough to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our hyperhopper into your ether burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time. Father, does this mean... Bear in mind, this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Loperids' proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate to the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed you possessed the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour she would prefer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Hydaelyn, in you, and the Ark will be made ready for your voyage to the Ultima Thule. What of all the people that have labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glaciers. Se oli, ne lausui sen Glaciers, mutta se kuulostaa niin väärältä. Minä sanon Glaciers. Minä sanon sitä nyt väärin. Vähän niin kuin Joroli. Sen pitäisi olla oikeasti Korol, mutta minä sanon Jorol. Oblivionista, jos ette tiedä. Tai siis Cyrodiilissa on semmoinen kaupunki, tai kylä, mikä se onkaan, joka kirjoitetaan Chorrol. Mä aina lausun sen Chorrolle, mä kuulin kerran, että se on Chorrol, mutta minä jatkan sen lausumista väärin. Jatketaan. Noted your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of adamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary. They have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Loporus too willing to abandon the XIV? Were you not listening when we said we were born of Hydaelyn's love for Etheris and its people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise where you are going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life, an otherwise vexing problem, you know. How can remedy? An otherwise vexing problem our know-how can remedy. Besides, Hydaelyn chose us to lead the way to Mithion. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Etheris until you brought us here, Urianger. Now we are enamored with the place, so what choice do we have but to save it? Of course, none of this is possible without you and the science, so I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? Well, we have come this far. Very well, we shall inform the Forum of your decision and begin preparations to polish the Ark with the Hyperhopper. The Loporus will coordinate with the Ilsapart contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. It would seem there is naught to do but rest and prepare, shall we? Pientä tökkimistä on kyllä havaittavissa. Ei niin paljon, että se ainakaan mua häiritsisi. Jotkut ihmiset on kyllä hyvin tarkkoja. Pienenkin tökkäisy tulee, mitä mä äsken kiinnitän huomiota, niin on silleen niin tommosia ehkä niin. Kato, tommonen tuli. Ihan pelaamiskelevuta. Every depart. We must leave nothing undone. Quite, though it is difficult to conceive of how one can best prepare to brave a domain where dynamism governs all. Nevertheless, Hydaelyn deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible options at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Mithion as we are. Which leaves the not so small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and the throne. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We will be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the dynamics for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest and make the most of the time we have been afforded. The meeting's over, is it? You were in there for so long, I started to worry. What did they have to say? Se kestää pari minuuttia. The edge of creation, I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return, and you will return. Actually, Tenosek, could I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at Baldessian Annex, alright? Come with me to the Agora. I have something to show you. Tuli viestini. Vilasin se ja sitten toi mun uspipiuha on niin surkea, että... Ja jatketaan. Muut laittoi viestiä, että ei se tulekaan tänään. Tulee huomenna aamuna. Eli ihan turhaan siivosin tänään. No, en oo pessy astioita. Ehkä se vois tehdä tänään. Ei jaksa. Kiinnosta. Joku viita. En välitä. Eager as they are, the others have already left for the harbor. We are not in danger of missing the boarding call, but perhaps we should be on our way as well. Hei, siinä on toi.
Savoring the moment? I
Ei
can
hemmetti.
feel your excitement, your eagerness to explore the unknown.
Onko mä sit... Hitto. Eikö mä en oo... Niin mä lensin pihalle, mä en oo nyt sitten siinä. Okei, no katsotaan pätkä Dawn Trailiin. Hyvä, että tajusin tämän tässä kohtaa nyt. Sitten mä vielä ajattelin, että kun mä aloitan sen, mä vielä katson sen alkupätkän sitten jostain mun vanhassa videossa, missä ikinä se sitten olikaan, mutta se alkaa menemään sen verran kavaksi, että en mä pysty katsomaan. Mietin, että minne te olitte nyt oikein menossa, että Well,
for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Do not be so quick to relax. Oh, Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map. The vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels. Even following the safe route plotted by Admiral Buffiswin herself, this will be no pleasure cruise.
Ja tosiaan, jos mä nyt vaan skippaan tämän näin, niin sitten mä jää tämä varmaan kokonaan näkemättä, koska tätä ei pysty abandonaamaan tai mitään. Eikä tuolla pysty puhumaan enää uudestaankaan. Siinä muuten näkyy ei tätä arvo, mikä tää olikaan. Krailin uusi tyyli. Mut siitä tyylistä sitten enemmän. Ehkä myöhemmin. Sitten mua kyllä nyt tää säädöstä. Miksi sä näitä pysty abandonaamaan?
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough. Disappointingly so.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
Aye, it's nothing new to us.
All aboard! We're casting off!
It's time. I trust you have everything you need?
Voinko mä sanoa, että ei? Päästäisin pois tästä. No, ehkä mä menen sitten uudelle alueelle. Ei kai se haittaa.
And so does our ship cast off from the docks. We sail west, as Kattenram did some 80 years past, bound for the New World, known to her children as the continent of Tural.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me, Woklamat!
Kaikki sitten muistaa nämä pätkät sitten. Kun aloittaa tää Dawntrailia oikeesti. No, missä on uusi alue? Se on Amerikan alueella. Lollipollalla. Mä mietin kyllä, että niinku, tuolla voisi olla niinku se Amerikan alue. Täällä, että niinku, kyllä tää varmaan vielä joskus voisi laajentua sinne, mutta sehän alue tuli Dawntrailiin. Nice. Päivittyykö mun kartta nyt sitten? Koska toi alue, missä me ollaan oltu, on vähän niinku ollut Euroopasta, siellä on ollut niinku se Aasia.
Smooth sailing so far?
Ihan varmaan voisi siellä olla myös Amerikkakin.
Aye, so far so good. But this sea, she's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a gale the next.
I'll take my rest while I can then.
Tosin tämmöset uudet katsiinit olisi kivempi, jos näitä tykkisi tällä tavalla.
We left port what seems an age ago now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Tural was far, but it's another thing to really know.
Niin ne sanoo, että New World. Amerikkahan on New World. Tai oli vielä joskus 1500-luvulla. Mutta kyllä Amerikka on aika kaukana Euroopasta.
Speaking of which, some of our fellow passengers have made this trip before. Several times, in fact. I was able to learn a few things about Tuliolal and the right of succession.
Mutta sinästä on pientä spoileri, että hei, maailmanloppu ei tullut ja ollaan edelleen Charlianissa ja nyt matkustaan Charlianista jonnekin toiseen paikkaan, että wow, spoilers. Maailmanloppu ei tullutkaan. No oishan se kyllä, niin jos menisi Final Fantasy 6 systeemillä tyylin, että niin maailmanloppu koitti. Sehän vasta juonakään oiskin.
Since we still have a long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself? I'm sure you have questions of your own. Did you look out across these same waters, grandfather?
Okei, kysymys kuuluu, että miten mä pääsen täältä pois ja miten mä pääsen täältä takaisin. Okei, se on vaan tuolta sitten, okei. Hetkonen, no, meni jo. Ois voinut pistää sen Nyken Plusin tossa kohtaa päälle. Se nimittäin jo, että miten jonnekin pääsee ei aina ole ihan itsessään selvää tässä pelissä. Esimerkiksi Boshaan pääsy. Tosin, olisi pitänyt tajuta, kun mä katsoin, että niin tossa on tommonen questi, että niin, sehän ei tosiaan ole Nyken Plusassa siellä näkyvillä. Nyt tonnehan mun pitää itse mennä. No, kumminkin. En nyt taas ajatellut. Welcome to Tatarus Boutique. I've always done my best to provide the Scions with fashionable attire, but in your case, specifically, I make an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the warrior of light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then inspiration struck, and I saw a golden opportunity just beginning to be seized. With the help of some Venerian refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Shalian. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works. Perish the thought. Varsarud. How are things coming along? Everything is in order, Mr. Stathor. We'll be ready to open shortly. Which is why I brought you here, to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here waiting here a moment longer? The following event cannot be Tosiaan tähän nyt avautuu se kauppa, minkä mä näytin jo kerran, että sillä saa sitä 89 levelin tavaraa, mikä skeilaa leveli 90 asti. Mulla on kai vielä jotakin tavaroita vieläkin sieltä. Ehkä aseita kyllä, mutta ei. Mut. Mutta näin se avautuu. I did not expect to find you here. I imagine Nidana would also wish to offer her regards. Also, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the Ether burner. This simulacrum too will stay in Shalin while I oversee matters in Rasatan. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days or anything else. It also allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. Orshan, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last return home to Rastan, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce in our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in, and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well, believe you me. Your artisans have taught me so much about the Venerian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mr. Stotaru. Before coming here, I heard word of the forum's decision of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called the star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding its splendor. You journey under the heavens to protect that light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to this star. I should like to visit Rasatan again when this is all over. Sinänsä tää pitäisi niinku aika niinku hyvä ilma, tai siis foreshadowing, sanotaanko näin, että niinku tässä siirrytään sitten post-main scenario questeihin, niin Rasatanissa tullaan sen käymään hakemassa sitä uutta, parempaa tavaraa, niin tää on aika hyvä. Tosin seuraava ei MS-kulku. Seuraava expansioni odottaa, niin. Ja olen käynyt jo siellä Ratsatanissa ihan tarpeeksi, että sinänsä tämä ei pidä kyllä enää paikkansa, mutta sinänsä jos mä olisin nyt niinku pelaisin tätä niinku silleen niinku reaaliajassa, sanotaanko sillä tavalla, Niin sitten se pitäisi paikkansa. Anteeksi, jatketaan. I should like to visit Rajasthan again when this is all over. And we should be honored to receive you. There is still much of Rajasthan you have yet to see. Onko noin? Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of this star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. Taru vilkutus on niin söpö. Voisiko taas käytetty paikalla? Where must I go to get meal? Where must I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of waste? Wasteland of taste. Se kahvila ihan hyvä paikka, käy siellä. Jack, old girl. My, whatever are you doing here? A new boutique, you say? I had been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yes, something with a little more flair, perhaps befitting a man of my station. Suosittelisin kovasti. Toivoisin myöskin että mikä huoripolderi ja mikä se eleisen kaveri nyt sitten onkaan. Varsinkin se eleisen kaveri. Ne kaipais armoria uudistuksia. Though I have nowhere to flaunt said Rymins so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. The young Lord Fortome insists that so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Sharlayan. Thus do I toil, though every fibre of my being rails against it. Why, I've even suffered the company of that brute Sicard to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead for his otherwise welcome absence. Now burdened with extra busy work, and without Anora here, there is no one to prepare my meals. I came here in the hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps, and as the Sharlayan delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every respect. No ei sitä kahvilta nyt ihan kaikkea voi toivoa, varsinkin verrattuna tähän Sharlayaniin noin yleensä. Mutta se on parempaa mitä Sharlayanista kai saa noin muuten. Mikä sen nimi sitten oli? Ei kun Aakon Loaf on nimenomaan sen mauto. Joo, okei, en sano tuota. If a hearty meal is what you're after, I suggest the last stand. Kai se on last stand sitten. The cafe over on the pier. The cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I will give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion. And ta-ta for now, old girl. I swear to God, I'm gonna murder you one day. Mut hei, kerrankin se ehdotti sitä kahvilaa, mistä mä oon joka kerta puhunut. Toinen kerta oli, kun joku etti jotain ruokaa tai jotain, mä ehdotin sitä kahvilaa, mutta ei siis tullut, että ehdottaa sitä. Well, is that then second that arise by? Hancock, what are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. But what manner of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Or not, I will return straightways to Kugane once I have finished. Of course, you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me, the industrious woman running a new boutique. I am not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I would make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe in them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Totoro, fair enough. There is not more I can do to help ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage, but on your return, I shall host a grand celebration in your honor the Bocaro Inn. At the Bocaro Inn. Tämä sanoo in. In your honor at the Bocaro Inn. Accommodations are quite costly, given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Aldenard Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. Will there be lemon cakes? Oh, a woman of tart tastes, I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much more. The finest delicacies the world and Lord Lolorita have to offer. But let us speak more of this upon your return, lest I draw even more of Tataro's ire. Until next we meet. Siinä se FPS on kyllä hyvä semmonen niinku 30 ihan päällekin, mutta silti tää niinku siinä niinku tulee tämmöstä mikrostatteria. Että niinku ihan kun se tippuu, se on niinku välillä silleen niinku 5. Mutta FPS-counteri ei sano, että se tippuisi mihinkään. Tensek, I decided to spend your time at the markets, did you? Decided to spend your time at the markets, did you? Sanoin vaan se aini siihen eka. No meet käviks. Tataru. Vix, Reg. I take it work on the Ark proceeds apace. Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Sharlian and Rasatan has been a rewarding experience, and that's to say nothing of what we have learned from the Loporids. The Ark is unlike anything we have ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it. Mä oon nähnyt sen jo. You'll never guess who paid us a visit before we came to Sharlian. Alpha. I think he sensed the coming danger and returned to check on us. Mihinkähän, niin Alfa lähti tätä ei jos tullut tää on ylimääräinen kommentti kun mä oon tehnyt se. Mutta Alfahan lähti seikkailulle. How sweet. He was always fun to turn up in a time of need, and I suppose that's why he decided to join us here in Sharlian. Mitä, onko Alfa täällä? Good thing too. I don't know how he does it, but he has a knack for frightening your day just by being there. Mä kyllä veikkaan, että en mä tuu näkemään Alfaa. Sniff. It's still hard to believe we have the means to send you off into the great expanse, though, to the farthest known reaches of, well, everything. I never thought I'd live to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and the science are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. To think how much I'd have missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks. Hieno englanninkielinen sanoi. Onko mä muistin koskaan sanoa? Ja jos onkin, niin tää on muistus. Minun suosikki englanninkielinen sana on mulla on englanninkielinen. I didn't. I don't know. I would not have. Tai nyt I on niinku sinä ylimääräinen, että niinku se on vaan niinku. Didn't have. Joku mun Esossa hahmon sukunimen nimeksi mä laitoin Dintov. Mutta jatketaan. An awful lot of work, to be fair. And the privilege of being worked like a cartridge copper. There is that too. As busy as we have been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Tensek. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. And one filled with even more adventure. When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? It's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Witch and I should get going. Seal a few more supplies together before we return. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Mä en kyllä tosiaan tarvitse täältä mitään, että... Right, I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Varsarud from Palakastan. Aika nätti. Missä me oltais mukaan nähty se? No, katsotaan mitä tästä tapahtuu. Haven't we met before? Ah, yes, it was you who helped us at Prusa. And again, when crossing the ice fields, was it not? I thought we exchanged little more than glances then, but it is kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mr. Stutter, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It's only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity, in such times we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to the Taverner, but we are here today and are glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did by helping to make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. Gods, to think how far we have come since our humble beginnings at the Viking Sands. From the rising stones to the falling snows, and even a certain insufferable one's Ruby Bazaar. We were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first Gratia was there to grant you sanctuary. Se oli kyllä se Gratia, joka se mut sinne kidnappasi, että... Tai no itse asiassa sehän ei kidnappannut mua, kun se kidnappasi kaikki muut ja mä lähdin perään, että se oli kyllä kaikki Gratian kyllä niinku aiheuttama, että... Sieltäkin antaa meille jonkun majapaikan. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you persevered time and again. For all the joy we have shared, there's been much sorrow as well, but I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promised to send you off to the sea of stars with a smile. Missä se hymy on. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. Mä muistan nää. Paranoix remembers this. Tai Tenrsak, miksi sitä pitäisi sanoa? Mun hahmon nimi on Tenrsak. Mun käyttäjänimi YouTubessa on Paranoix. Mut sinänsä voi kutsua Tenraks tai Paraks tai miksi tahansa tunnistan kyllä itseni. On musta muitakin hahmoja toki, että mitä mulla on, että tyli vaikka Sky. Ja sinänsä mä en tunnista itteni, jos mua kutsutaan Skyksi. Sanon kyllä hepki, jos joku sanoo Tenrsak, mutta jos joku sanoo Sky, niin sen kyllä välttämättä kiinnitä huomioon. Mutta jatketaan. Itse asiassa ei jatketa, kun minä menen käymään siellä tupakilla. Jatketaan. In addition to your new ensemble, we have remnants and weaponry for every need, so please feel free to browse our stock. Okei, peli ei pakottanut mua hommaamaan mitään. You may now obtain job-specific gear from Varsarur. The weapons and gear obtained can be equipped at level 89. However, all item stats will be subject to item level sync. Upon reaching level 90 with the corresponding job, these items will no longer be synced. Furthermore, the gear can be dyed upon the completion of the role quests associated with said job. Ai vitsi, mä oon muuten unohtanut mitkä... Enkä mä oo tehnyt mitään jobiquestia. Mä tein sen Dark Knight, mä ajattelin kyllä... Mä puhunko mä jo silloin, että mä en kyllä muista enää, että... Mä tein sen Dark Knightin silloin. Siellä Shadowbringersissa, mutta... Enkä mä sitten muuta oo tehnyt. I realize you still got lots to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I do hope you can find a moment for yourself and that the others can as well. They said they were returning to the Baldursian Annex, although I doubt they stayed for long. If you decide to go looking for them, I'd suggest speaking with Kryl first. I'm sure they would have told her their plans. No voi juosta. Vähän kyllä väsyttäisi. Valvon tosiaan eilen jonnekin. Tässä oli 3:45 ja sitten heräsin 9 aamulla. Mä oon nukkunut yli. Tässä tekeekään. Jos oli 4, niin 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Mä oon nukkunut 5 tuntia vartin. Ehkä 5 tuntia 10 minuuttia. Aika tarkalleen. You're back. I take it you received your gift from Tataru. It was a surprise long in the making, with many long hours of fretting to get everything just right. I'm glad to see it realized, and with great success. If you're looking for the others, though, they have already taken their leave. Istala, Thancred, and Urianger have gone to the last stand for a bite to eat. Alice and Grahatia, meanwhile, thought their time would be better spent poring over books at Numenon. As for Alfino and Estinin, well, they have elected to pay a visit to the Leveilleur estate, though Estinin seemed somewhat reluctant to go. I'm sure they would all be glad for your company if you have a mind to seek them out. Should you be feeling peckish, I'd suggest heading to the last stand before Istala and the others finish eating. But above all else, it would be foolish to run headlong into battle a fatigued mess, so do remember to get a good night's sleep. Alkas olemaan kyllä oikeassakin elämässä nälkä. Mä söin sen eilisen ruoan lopun. Tossa katsiinin aikana, kun mä sanoin että Sanon, että söisin, niin söin tosiaan. Tää lisää ruokaa voisi kyllä olla ihan hyvä. Tosi mulla on taas jääkaappi tyhjä, niin pitäisi käydä kaupassa. Enshek, come to make our trier a quartet, have you? Please have a seat, and we'll see about getting you a drink. Ja sitten mennä vaikka päikkarille, sitten voisi käydä kaupassa ja sitten tehdä ruokaa ja sitten syödä sitten jatkaa.
Your business with Tataru was finished. My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
We'll get through this together. Anteeksi, oli pakko.
Gods, it feels like only yesterday that we went on that mission to Drybone. We've both changed much since then, have we not?
Not really.
We've come far together.
Oi, pizza.
And if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye. We will avert this calamity and return home.
Mä ajattelin, että mä kävisin kaupassa ostamassa makkaraa. Makkaraa. Ei makkaraa. Mut minä muutin mieleni. Minä käyn hakemassa pizzaa.
In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Asians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much will change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to affect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear. What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise. Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Varmaan hemmetin musta grindiä.
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Ei tippiä sulle.
Well, shall we make a toast? To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
To adventure. Mä nyt menisin nukkumaan, mutta menisikö mä sittenkin hakemaan ruokaa? Ehkä mä hakeen ruokaa. Jatketaan. No, ehkä mä en katso, miten mua alkaa väsyttää vielä, mutta jos tällä kertaa ei tulisi viikon tauko, kun menen pitämään pidemmän tauon, mutta joo, jatkan myöhemmin. Ei tullut viikon taukoa. Nyt ei tehdä taas sitä virhettä, että mentäis jatkamaan oikeeta meidän skenaarioa vai jatketaan Nyken plussaa. Itse asiassa mä oon yleensä pistänyt tänne off-camissa. Mä en tiedä miksi mä aloitan näin aikaisin. Mutta joo, jatketaan. Leaving so soon, mä just tulin takaisin. I suppose it's for the best, if you'd rather not explore the bottom of a bottle with the Urianger. I dare say the others would welcome your company as well, if you can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, then that is all that matters. 2 paikkaa. Mennään vaikka tonne ensin. Mitä toi varoittaa phishing saitesta? Game. Ei torkkuu siinä. You try speaking with Alice, but she is fast asleep. Menet niiden viereen torkkumaan.
Oh, Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love, you deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer, so much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
This feels familiar. Well, 'tis good to be... wait. What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
Oh God.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
Nothing in particular. No, semmonen kanssakäyminen. Oho, ja sitten niillähän on tyylikkät vaatteet. En ekaan edes tunnistanut.
Oh. What brings you here? Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family. Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Wait! Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
I suppose I ought to thank you both as well.
Well, we needn't make it a competition. You know, this must be what Heidelin meant when she spoke about depending on one another. However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
Takas sinne. Caldesian Annex. Welcome back, Tenshek. Returned to catch a final few winks before embarking on your mission, I presume. Was rather lyhyt päivä. You'll be happy to know your chamber have been cleaned and fresh linens laid out. I pray you enjoy the sweetest dreams on this final night before the big day. Olisiko munkin tosiaan mennä sinne päikärille? Suurin osa väsymyksestä meni ohi, joka nyt ei ihan hirveästi ollut alkuenkaan, mutta kyllä pienet torkut kävis ehkä. That night at the Royal Menagerie in Alamigo, Zenos on sen Viikate-formissa. Mikäs se olikaan? Reaper-formi. Viikate. Reaper-formissa.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly.
Muistaa mitä oli se sana.
In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? And what was it that you sought in me?
And thus it dawns. The day of reckoning.
How often have we thus assembled? To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones we made great strides and shared many moments, from the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule. Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteon. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Wait! Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
You too, Tatar. Joo. Kerkäsin jo turkahtamaan kesken tuon krailihöpinä. Luen nopeasti mitä se sanoo, jos tuonen nukkuu ne päikkerit. Okei, mä tylin toi pätkä tosta. Triumphs as we who remain behind believe you will. Thus be off then. Okei, no. Joo, ei pysy hereillä, niin pakko nukkua hetki. Ja jatketaan. Heräsin, niin kuvittelin, että on aamu. Luulin, että mä olin yöunilla. Katsoin kelloa, niin, kello on 7. Nukuin melkein 3 tunnin päikkärit. Mutta jatketaan. I suppose this is where we part ways, for now at least. Would that I had sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart. Mayhap the teachings of Gallo Baldesian will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said. Look beyond them and there find true strength. What one sees beyond is the interpretation, I think, but for me it would be the things I cherish most in life, the things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture under the sea of stars. Tätä se herättää lukulihakset. Takkuilee taas toi lukeminen. Mitä 3 kerran tälle tässä videossa? Mulla varmaan olisi ollut se mounttikin, mitä voin käyttää tällä lailla. No. Mistress Stentrick. I have been made aware of your coming. Please use this lift here. En kyllä missä mount. On tonne sen verran pitkä matka. Lento. Hei, Alfa siinä. Ja Omega sen kanssa. Minä ajattelin, että minä en näe sinua enää ikinä. Kwe. Alpha appears to be trying to cheer you on. Blip loop. The miniature model of Omega appears to be staring intently at the Ark. Onko siellä mitään muita? Oli vielä siellä niitä Skypiratteja, mitä me nähtiin vilaukselta. Ei varmaankaan, ei ne tullut tänne.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
Oh, I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder. But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a Garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Ah, don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of starfaring vessels. And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. We've learned a lot, let me tell you. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return. So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuneau, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois not fought to protect this world, and in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The Starship Ragnarok.
Ei, sama nimi kuin Final Fantasy on se. Harmi, että täällä ei pysty lentämään samalla tavalla. Seikkailla maailmassa. Ei ole maailmankarttaa tässä.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves!
Älä vaan sano, että tää jätti summonut jonkun Primalin tällä.
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loporrits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrit's magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience.
Mutta niin tosiaan kun ne puhuu, tai siis mä edellinen puhuu että miten me matketaan niitä suunnattomia pituuksia siellä avaruudessa ja että niin se vaatisi ihan hirveät määrät iiteriä. Sitten sanoi, että no okei, minulla on ratkaisuja. Sitten se näytti sen materiaalista, mutta se ei varsinaisesti koskaan sanonut sitä ääneen. Mun piti mainita sitä, että kysyä sitä ääneen, että niin, että siis me käytetään tuota kristallia vai? Mut sit se unohtui multa. Mut niin. Me nyt syötetään materkristalli siihen, niin I don't like this. Sacrilegious.
Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Heidelin gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tuck, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods, not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way.
May we have a moment? In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Portable teleportation devices, one for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
Let's go. If you would come this way, I will direct you to the bridge. Upon boarding the Ragnarok, several cutscenes will play in sequence. tossa allaganimainen. Sleeping Bay.
Welcome to the bridge, everyone! I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back.
Muistikohan mä mun kännykän laturi?
Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Too loud.
The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site.
Okei, nyt mä pistin sen, niin se toimii taas, mutta tosta ei ollut ykkönen.
The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
No, kai se toimii. Se vaan pätkii siellä taustalla.
So, are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, come on. The burnt-out star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again, with feeling.
Issue the command to launch.
Engage!
Engage!
Aika anime. Aika siisti. Kaunis valkoinen. Nyt kun tulee ne primalit siltä. Kyllä, sieltähän ne tulee.
That I must carry landwalkers into the sky. I cannot imagine a greater indignity.
Do not sulk so, for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory. and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel!
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
Still in one piece? Good. Sleeping way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within protected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
All right, let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness.
Hetkinen, siis me mennään tällä aluksella. Niin aivan. Niinhän ne puhuivat tuossa aikaisemmin, että kun sehän tosiaan teleportaatio, mikä toimi, kun se nyt se olikaan Allakan toimi. Minä en ole kyllä, mikä Allakan toimi voi olla. Mutta mulla oli semmoinen käsitys, että me oltaisiin kuljettu sillä, me mennään tällä arkilla kuuhun, tosin minkä takia me mennään ylipäätään tällä arkilla, tai Ragnarokilla kuuhun, kun me pystyttäisiin menemään, oliko se Tower Papilin kautta. Mut siis mulla oli semmoinen ajatus, että me mentäisiin kuulla. Se kuuhan olisi paljon tehokkaampi, mutta ei, mutta tähän oli se alkuperäinen suunnitelma. Mä oon ihan sekaisin. Alkuperäinen suunnitelma oli käyttää tätä arkkia meidän hyödyksemme. No, jatketaan.
That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteon, she's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Heidelin believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
Tähän syöttänyt porkkanan nopeasti.
What is this? Something is interfering with the equipment. Greetings.
No mitä on pitkästä aikaa.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Mitä on?
So this is Meteon.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost, stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me, gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now.
I can't breathe.
You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end, where those who yet valiantly cling to life cannot thrive.
By the Fury.
Thancred?
Meteon has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look. Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End.
In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell.
So, let them bring it to a close, I say.
Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. The environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
No ei ollut taas edes pitkät. Olen nähnyt, mitä tuo nyt oli. Kello on 55. Tuossa olisi vartti. Tossa on 20 minuuttia. Mä sitä peli varoittaa 20 minuuttisista cutsceneista ja välillä se ei varoita. Mut joo. Ultima Thule. Vitsin siis näköinen taivas. Joku. Ollaanko me niinku joku planeetta ja me ollaan sen kuussa? Vai ollaanko me planeetalla ja tuo kuu on vaan ihan pirun lähellä? En tiedä. Ja tämän alueen nimi on, tai paikan nimi on Dreams End, niin kuin mainittiin. Ja ollaan tosiaan täällä. No, kuu on tossa, mutta näin nyt ei ihan oo vierekkäin. Sea of Stars alueella. Mutta niin, mä kysyin että päivittyykö se mun kartta, niin ainakaan vielä ole päivittynyt. Ja kun pitäisi saapua sinne määränpäähän, että se Amerikka tulee näkyville. Tosin mä kutsun, että tää on niin yli Eurooppa. Mutta tää näyttää, mä oon varmaan sanonut tää ennenkin, mutta tää näyttää Afrikalta. Niin päinvastoin. Madagaskarin pitäisi olla tuolla, niin Lanoske olisi niin Madagaskar. Ei se nyt ihan sama ole, että eihän Afrikassa mitään tommoista tuolla ole, mutta tai toisella puolella, mutta niinku vähän samanlainen semmonen kolmiomuotoinen, joka nyt se niin se taittuu enemmänkin tonne suuntaan, eikö se näin ole? Marokko ja Egypti on tyyliin tuolla ja sitten et sinänsä niinku Lanoskea pitäisi olla vaan toisella puolella. Ja no Madagaskar nyt ei ole sitten näin massiivinen ja edes tämän muotoinenkaan, mutta tuossa tulee hyvin paljon vaan mieleen Afrikka. Toki se maamassahan jatkuu tonne Ilsapardille, että Garlean Empirelle. Mut niinku sinänsä tää on niinku niinku Eurooppa tässä ja no, jos liiketään niin voidaan määrä niinku Islanti tai Grönlanti on tuolla. Tässä on Venäjää ja Aasia-aluetta alkaa tästä ja sitten tässä on Kauko-Itä, Kiinat ja Japanit ja mitä muuta siellä on. Ja tuolla itse asiassa siinä on Rajasthan. Jännä, hetkonen, miksei Rajasthanissa ole merkkiä? Se pitäisi olla tossa. Puolella. Ei, on sillä Sapardi alueella, okei. No, varsinaisesti se on totta ja se on tossa. Lukee nimi tossa. Mutta se on niinku hyvin paljon niinku intialaistyylinen, niin kuin se nyt sitten on. Kai se on Intia, joo. Tosi Intia pitäisi enemmänkin olla tyyliin niinku näillä vain. Ja tossa näkyykin jotain, en saa selvää, että mitä tää on, mutta mutta enköhän mä ottaa pissy jo ennenkin. Jossain vaiheessa saadaan kartan lisää. Päästään Amerikkaan. Mutta nyt keskitytään olennaiseen. Keskitytään tämänhetkiseen. Lähdetään seikkailemaan heti kun on käynyt tupakilla. No niin, eikö lähdetä seikkailemaan? Will be of help in these strange surroundings, but I've readied a provisions node in case of emergency. Of course, if you encounter any real danger here, I expect you to return to the Ragnarok at once. Tiedä mitä se tapahtuu. Jos mä pistän tosta retornia, niin se heittää mut Rajasthaniin. Support life, albeit barely, I suspect, given the torpid stale quality of the air. But never mind that. We must find the Tancred. Let's begin our search from the prow of the ship. It seems as good a direction as any. Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. Niin tämä on se, missä se puhuu. Provincial Snodi. Merchant ja Mender. Täältä saa ostettua 88 tavaraa. Mikä pointti? Charlens saa jo parempaa. Seiskaan. Täällä pystyy kalastamaan. Grade 8 Darkmatteria. Mikäs mun tilanne muuten noin suhteen oli? 88. Näitä kortteja pitäisi heittää pois jossain vaiheessa. Tai siis myydä pois, ei heittää pois. Ja jatketaan. Päästään ihailemaan tätä alusta. No, tässä on näkymätön seinä. Päästään ihailemaan tätä alusta tälleen niinku läheltä. Pirun siisti. Pelottavia 89-levuisia lohikärmeitä. Tai... No on siinä useampi. 2 kivettynyttä ja 2 elävää. Tavallisestihan tämmönen pitäisi piestää, että kun se tulee vastaan, niin... No nyt kyllä tuossa pääsee ohi. Kun sulla on perässä mua päin. Ei tarvitse tapella. Ruins. Pot of water, I wonder. Jotain maa-arkkitehtuuria ei näytä tutulta. Kerrankin jotain nähdään jotain muuta kuin Allegani designia. Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything. The metallic pillar has been partially melted, likely sometime in the distant past. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately. Rather, it calls to mind the indiscriminate destruction often wrought in the heat of battle. Look here, this part is relatively intact. The intricate design of the top suggests it is man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceive of them. Having said that, I swear I have seen this pattern before. Tapellaan sitten. Musta on oli aika vahvoja. Mä oon nyt jo leveli 93, että 4 leveliä isompi, mutta silloin kun olin tossa oman levunen, tai siis saman levunen, ei oman levunen, saman levelinen, niin on yllättävän vahvoja. Ei välttämättä halua stopella kahta vastaan yhtä aikaa. I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings. A poor decision in hindsight. Besides the light from the ship, all is shrouded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'd never know it. From what I can tell, we are near the edge of an island, if you call it that, surrounded by floating debris. Alueen ulkopuolella. Ai vitsi, miten mahtavaa. Tässä on näkyvän se seinä. Eipä se yhtään lähemmäs. Täällä on paljonkin valoja. Tässä aika valita. Tuolla tulee valo, tuolla tulee valo, tuolla tulee valo. Noissakin tulee valo. Tuolla valo, tuolla valo. Tossa on valo tuossa aluksessa, mutta... Pirun siisti paikka. Were you able to find anything? As I feared, still no trace of Thancred. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which, unfortunately, isn't very far. Though I can't help but suspect that someone or something is here. Täällä on lohikärmet joka puolella. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. Niin ettekö te näe näitä? I think I might see something over there. There's nothing there. To any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We have found only more questions where we are in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's port side we have yet to explore. Let us try searching there then. Denishek, a word before we join the others. No, ne muut lähti tonne, niin miksei muut puhu tässä? Lester Stellar Dragon. You see them too, don't you? The dragons. As I thought, their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgard's armor and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. Could these apparitions be related to the dragons that now live on Etheris? Täältä. Midgard-stormir on alun perin tullut meidän maailmamme, meidän planeetallamme. Bah, better to leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? Iteraatti. Siisti.
Dragons? Here?
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words.
Uh-oh.
Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send, I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Että onko siis kaikki Thancredin ansiosta?
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteon holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
Enemmän leveli.
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
Rest in peace. Soul without body, a form of being with which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, for we existed in a similar state when residing in the first. The circumstances are rather more dire than that. It is true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Regardless, in sacrifice he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it, and ascertain the nature of this realm, that we might confront and defeat Mithian. Estinian, Tenrek, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Mayhap you can enlighten us. I would ask the rest of you to survey these surroundings. If there is a path that may lead us to our quarry, we must find it. Very well, we can reconvene here when everyone has finished. Mithian said these dragons are shadow and shade, from a world whose denizens sought oblivion. As such, they are not like to be amenable to company, let alone conversation, so please be careful. Let us split up and gather what knowledge we may. On bird and wings. Tuliteltyä tekstiä. Visitor, not of this star. Could thy slender hands bring plague to our world, and thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame? Oh, how we would adore thee, alas. With time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, and so we wait for its inexorable march unto oblivion. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence. Ja minä kuvittelin maan hiilisti. Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost, so glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength embodied. We knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver. No bonds of blood did they share, no conviction did they have to guide them. Yeah. A crushing defeat. Never had we known such shame. Still now are the winds, though none could feel these wings burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, only sink into oblivion. Niin kerran otitte pataa ja sitten soitte. Minä haluan. Kaikki loppuu. Ja mä luulen, että mä oon huono häviäjä. Thou wouldst bid me speak, folly. I observe the lesson stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor roar, only watch and wait and end. But one sight yet stirreth my blood, tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. Amnol, the cradle of unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go, if that be thy will, I shall remain. Katsotaankin tonne päin. Tosin merkki näkyy tuolla. Stellar Shelled Dragon. Onks nää adamantoisia? Eiku adamantoista tota kyllä olla vaan kilpikonnia. Isoja kilpikonnia. They led you here as well, did they? It was described to me as the source of their woes and proof of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. It's a hatching ground, or was. I've seen similar on Ethers. Midscarsarmer's kind must have once have lived and thrived in a place such as this. Vitra said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife, and this, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs have more to tell of what happened here. Inside the shattered egg, you find the remains of an unborn dragon. The body has already begun to decompose. Ugh. The gelatinous half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggests it failed to emerge. Murky liquid has pooled inside this eggshell. The noxious photor is indicative of contamination. Älä koske siihen. Gingerly lifting a large egg from the vicious mire, you peer inside and see a formless mass soaking in a pool of embryonic fluid. Your stomach turns as you return the egg to its resting place. This egg appears to have been broken from the inside out. Perhaps the dragonet within succeeded in hatching. What's this? What's this? I thought all of the eggs had been ruined. If the dragonet was indeed hatched, there is no sign of it here, or its sire for that matter. We should look for them. You start with the cliff tops, and I'll search the plains. Formed dragonet. Kyllä on vahva. Hatchling. 89-luvun herjes. The boisterous howling hath been quieted by thy hand, I presume. Everything all right. I thought I heard a dragon or something resembling one. Ah, I see what's happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps some eggs within Amnol are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast slain may be of my blood. Yet I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but the remainder of a failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, called heartless machines, and with them roared war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor, we gave answer. It was a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild a futile effort. In purest soil replete with ether did we once cultivate our nesting grounds, but our lands were barren, and any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. What few survived to hatch emerge us as abominations. We shall have no new progeny. But there are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars. That there are, many would make the attempt, such each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons incited contests for supremacy. When the fights faded, the wars lost and won, they too were reduced to ash and waste. This is the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or be conquered. A vicious cycle we now choose to break. We tire of conflict, of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait, you claim your kind is doomed, but there is another star. They want only to prudent silence, to be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. The sole reward for senseless bloodshed, a pain I understand, and wish that it did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we have learned. Come. Ensin. Ehkä vähän nopeampaa. Ehkä. Tuo renderointi tuolla taustalla tekee latausruudussa pidempiä. No ei ollut kyllä edes pitkä. Paljon nopeampaa on hypätä. Oli hypätä. Are you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? They wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Tenershik, Estinian. As for our part, I believe we are more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started traversing the perimeter of the island to see if there might be a path leading off of it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found. There's no small amount of debris floating about. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere? I considered that, and so I tried throwing a stone onto a potential platform to judge its integrity. But it never reached its mark, as it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of this island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that what we see outside this space is as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok and asked the Loporris to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it's too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Mithion told us before, that emotions dictate reality here, might be the key. But I'm not entirely sure that what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. Olisiko toivo, tahdonvoima, tahto jatkaa eteenpäin? What are you saying is, we have no way forward. At present, if it is indeed emotion that governs this island, perhaps it is not Mithion's, but the dragons that holds us here. Pitää siis mennä tappaa ne kaikki. They tire of conflict and have chosen the path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons or anyone here on this island to advance. Maybe. In this case, what recourse do we have? They don't like to be persuaded to help us. Their reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife, without irrefutable proof the future is not as bleak as they believe it to be. Yeah, persuasion is not the answer. Jep, väkivalta on se vastaus. Mithion meant to unmake us then and there on the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Thancred's determination. She conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule, and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in like manner, by overpowering the prevailing emotions. It was Ultima Thule's architect, Mithion herself, against whom Thancred did pit himself in a clash of wills, though I marked no leader among them. As such, I did chance to encounter a dragon possessed of despair far more potent than most, potent enough mayhaps to dictate the course for others, and thus their domain to follow. Chosen, their tone and timbre alone, threatening to rend my heart in twain, challenging his desire to remain, may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. And as I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me naught against his calcifying heart, but mayhap one of you will fare better. And then I shall guide thee. I'll end, they call him, in the dragon tongue. Thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. Well, what have we to lose? Let's get going. Se on siinä, mutta et se oo kyllä siinä. Se on tällä kauempana. Siinä.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this. So, waiting to die like all the others, are you?
Are you done? Lohikäärmekieltä. Aye, our pride is crushed and our souls corrupted. The winds are stilled and the heavens offer no comfort. Pitää purtua. There is nothing left for our kind. Our long lives curse as we await the end. Still as stone we shall become.
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
Our kin on another star. And yet upon thee do I smell the blood of my brethren. Were they drawn into discord and war on their new home?
They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind.
It mattereth not whither we fly. Ever will a sanguine ocean await us, ever will retribution's wheel turn. Tosin tämä kyllä oli nyt niinku... No okei, se oli kyllä vähän molempien vika, ehkä enemmän ihmisten vika, mutta ei ne lohikärmetkään kyllä mitään niinku rauhaa rakastavia olentoja ollut. Et jos ihan siitä lähdetään. So, on the last of my pride as a dragon, I break free of this wheel. I renounce conflict, exile myself from the other, never again to be touched by the flames of hatred. Mutta olisi niinku ihan täydellisiä meidän maailmaa. Te olette rauhaa rakastavia.
Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Estinian!
Stay back!
Vi tar jo War. Vi tar just teemalla. Gritty tarnished, crimson stained. For misery, our shame, too much to bear. Release us from war, from life.
I see. Theirs is the emotion that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
No! Not Estinian too!
Mennään yksitellen kaikki. Sitten me saadaan ne maagiset takaisin jossain vaiheessa. Niin se menee.
There's a wind.
Estinian toi meille tuulen.
He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
Hauska tupakilla. Jatketaan. Tosiaan olisi kyllä aika kova veto peliltä, että se vaan niinku... Näin päättyi Thancredin tarina ja näin päättyi Estinian tarina, että... Ne ei tuleskaan takaisin. Look there, the wind. This is Estinian's doing. Observe it. We should ride its flow and see where it leads. We. A powerful gale has delivered you to another island. The other science should arrive before long. It's not arrived. Should arrive before long. He did it. He found a way forward for us. Seisnäköinen paikka. The dragons remain trapped within a prison of their own making. lamenting the horrors of war, yet Estinin knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting, Alfino, just like Thancred. Se ei ollutkaan, siinä ollutkaan piste. Mä luulen, että siinä on, and he's still fighting, piste, Alfino. Ei, se sanoi, että tavoitin siis väärin siis, tai no tavoitin. And he's still fighting, Alfino. Noin. The sacrifices are why we can survive here. Why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they are unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. Alice is right. We must press on, for their sake. Joko seuraava olisi level 90? Ei kai. Ei oo. As Ishtla and Alice said, we must continue. Notice the change in our surroundings. Perhaps this is the memory of an altogether different world. It would be prudent to learn more of it then. Tread carefully, lest we lose our footing in the sand. Wait not for the violet crystal embedded on its surface. It would appear as ordinary stone. A Korean script has been etched upon them, and as it is not a language with which I am familiar, I can't say I recognize it either. No, the dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song and issue the written word entirely, so we may assume this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Tuollahan noita näkyy. Ei ole tuo. Mission claimed the dragon's world suffered a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. What life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. Or do you suppose that is over there? I'm not sure. It's hard to make out at this distance, but its surface seems to bear the same crystals as this monument. Meaning there's a chance we may find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. Other one. Drifting. Yeah. Okei, no kyllä ne taitaa olla näitä, mutta ne on vihamielisiä. Ghostly figure. Nämä tässä. Nämä on ystävällisiä, nämä on samoja olentoja, mutta vihamielisiä. Ja. Olpas se sypö. Ja siis tommonen tähtikuvio tuolla. Hail Trollers, this is a most unexpected occurrence. Ystävällinenkin vielä kaikki lisäksi. Oh, hello there. Is this your home? Indeed it is. Ah, forgive me. You had forgotten. An exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted. Okei, täällä on omituinen tervehdys. When the vibration of vocal folds is still required to convey our thoughts and intention. Yeah, I believe, as the pronunciation used when referring to our people, though it is not entirely applicable given our present state. You are welcome to use this appellation. As for nomenclature to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Kofkudg. Yes, Kofkudg of the air. We have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. Eli siis mun pitäisi lukea toi mielestäni, eikä ääneen. Tää olisi kyllä kiva, jos pelissä olisi kaikki äänenäytelty. Olisi vähän selkeämpää, mutta kiitos Istola, että valaisit minua tässä. I presume we are having this conversation by the medium of ether or dynamics, as this space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. Tää ei ole mitenkään ilmassa niin eri tavalla, että se on ihan samanlainen puhekupla. Eiks se ookin? Mitäpä kattoo? Tässä on tämmöset niinku pyöreät neliöt, missä on vähän tämmönen bullshit tuolla reunalla. I gather your response to my presence is positive then. That is well, for there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we are ether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that our bodies are of comparable biological composition to those we once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding our subjective perception of the five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I have prepared 198,712,827. That's rather a lot, isn't it? Nyt mä katson, mikä teksti sillä oli. My apologies. I've omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have recovered a need for the flesh and have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take for example the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. Joo, on täällä ihan samanlainen teksti, tää puhekupla. And the reason you need to regain corporeal forms. Why? To bring an end to our existence, of course. Totta kai. Although need is perhaps too strong a word, it would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through use of etheric exsanguinators, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. We should very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. A certain exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure efficacious exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the air, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume your consent to answer questions is indicative of a tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. Niin vastauksesta puheen ollen, se Venaa kysyy multa jotain sillä Elpiksessä silloin ja se ei saanut vastausta. Sitten se halusi saada se vastauksen sen meidän taistelun jälkeen, sitten mä unohdin kokonaan, mutta annoinko mä sille nyt sitten sen vastauksen? Kysyisikö se multa jotain? En muista. Vai jäikö se kysymys nyt sitten vastaamatta? Tosi mikä se kysymys ylipäätään oli, niin en tiedä. En muista. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of the air wandering the desert. The desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly, not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. At any rate, we will find no answers dallying here. Let us be on our way. Siellä on jotain erilaista. Luminion. Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers you will find remain idle in their domiciles, though your physical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline constructs hanging from the stone structures there. You say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandable given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If, in our idleness, we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue a said inspiration to its conclusion. This is why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while the others are not currently in a motile state, rest assured they would not object for you to disturb their respite. You need only cast your thoughts towards one of the crystalline domiciles to communicate. Kop, ketäänkö ton? You cast your thoughts towards the crystalline domicile, but there is no response. Ei ollut ketään kotona. You wish to speak? Rebel. Tää on niinku silleen selkeämmin, että tää on niinku ajatuksia vaikkapa. Tai siis on ajatuksia. vähän omituinen, että jotenkin tulee mieleen joku high-tech tästä, mutta käy hyvin, tässä ei ole mitään pohjaa, niin se on vähän siinä niin kuin ääntä. Very well, pray a moment if you would. No. Happy. This video on kohta mutta renderöin. Why we seek our end, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment. I must remember. What form did I take when last I emerged? Any day now. The strange morning comes and goes, but soon fades into silence. Menenkö häiritsemään? Huonoa hetkeä. Huonoa hetkenä. Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? Not at all. I see. If they fail to answer, then it is likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated either now. Worry not. There are no others who have need of those lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said some few did answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us ere long. I had no luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few have awakened. Ah, there they are. May I introduce you Laak, se on pieni ääni. Lalaak, Dudik, and Nunid. It has been too long, cough good. I dare say Sadr the Fourth has since completed an orbit. Eikö olisiko se Sadar 4 planeetta, eikä joku kuningas. Indeed, until the travelers brought it to my attention and noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers? Ah, of course. The ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. The truth of the matter is as plain to see as the neighboring systems, but my single account would fail to satisfy the requirement for scientific objectivity. Thus did I bid them awaken you. Am I the only one who struggles to tell who is speaking? Nay, thou art not. In the absence of corporeal forms and the divergence they offered, mayhaps such similarity in voice is unavoidable. By the way, good. Have you already observed the requisite custom for the travelers? That which one is expected to do when receiving guests, a matter of proper form. Ah, yes. So long has it been, it has completely escaped my mind, and still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Neither do I. Pity. I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Come on, Nenig. The archives have long been frozen, lest we subject ourselves to further dollar. Surely you could recall that much. Ah, of course. Food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh, such as they, must regularly replenish their ether. By contributing to their replenishment, we communicate our friendly intention. That's right. We duly invite you to join us in communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. Chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline. Excellent. If you would care to follow, we shall feast you on the purest ether. Nauttisin mun etherin mieluummin ruoan muodossa. Puhdas eetheri. Taitaa olla aika mautonta. This facility is where we replenish our ether. There is no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. Cute. Now then, if you would take your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash with the purest ether. Please absorb as much as you like. No, enpähän mä oo. Joka mä oon viimeksi syönyt tällä hahmolla. Mä join tossa vähän aikaa sitten, mutta sitäkin on tyyli mitä se oli 2 päivää. Eilen vai toissapäivänä. You praise yourself for a lush of sweet ether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer. You praise yourself again, but again, nothing seems to happen. No, chop. Just as I had suspected. As meticulously as one might recreate the EA's homeworld, this is Ultima Thule. One cannot simply generate either here. Ah, bugger. As recreationists, our friends are oblivious to this fact. The very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of the recreated Amarust. However appearances may seem, we must ever be mindful that it is the memories of the dead with whom we deal. So, did you have your fill of ether? And as we couldn't absorb it, a deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether? Through your mouse, you say. How very primitive and quaint. To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in sustenance besides. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. Eikä siinä vielä kaikki. Me hengitetään sitä kautta myöskin. Though we regrettably could not partake of your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not fail but wonder, wherefore do we wish to obtain vessels of flesh, and thence to vanish? will not favor us with an explanation. Etkö vois demonstroida sitä? You flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charm, however. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the AI yet possessed corporal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believed we would eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. From the tangible such as land to the intangible such as labor, there exist myriad hindrances to progress, but the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly middling, you see, too short to enjoy unhurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make our ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations, until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all extant phenomena, and thence predict the future. If we could but achieve this, we believed that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. And did you find your answers you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. It's essential for the continuation of our conversation. If you would learn more, we will share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporal forms, their lives readily ended. As those who have gone before, it is not our duty to warn them. What thinkest thou? Ajattele mitä. We have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know it, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside of the bounds of the abode, a place called XIV. A fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led us such an enlightened people to this indolent end. Jokainen kuesi. Toinen toista vaan sekavammin kirjoitettu. No ei, tää on aika selkeä. Where knowledge leads, tai where infinite knowledge leads. Tässä oli kauhean sekava. Niinku flesh abandoned. Which one in the air? There is one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Then check, gratia. Might I trouble you for your assistance? But of course. My thanks. We shall head outside the abode, if you would kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you are plotting, Urianger, but I trust you have our best interest at heart. The rest of us shall go on ahead to Elegee. Lest you worry, we won't start without you. Mä ensin just sanoa kyllä että niinku... Kuuletteko te maailmankaikkeuden suurimman salaisuuden ja totuuden ilman minua? Ja sitten on se, että vau, elämäni on mullistunut. Olisitpa sinä ollut kuulemassa sitä. No, pääsinkö vihdoinkin mukaan sinun näihin skiimeihisi? Millä tavalla me petetään meidän kaverit? This place shall serve. Is it the spring that you wished to investigate? Pray forgive me, my friends, but there is not to investigate. Thus, but a pretense to speak in private. And it's not primitive. You have our undivided attention. As we have established here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How dost thou suppose this is possible? Erittäin vahva magia. Okei, no... Tää on ehkä lähimpänä, mitä mä sanoin. Mition has taken their hearts unto herself. Tosin tätä tarkoittaa jotain ihan muuta. Koska siinä kun se lohikärme Estineen suututti se lohikärme, niin se katosi siellä, niin sinne tuli se lintu. Mun piti mainita siitä, mutta jää sanomatta. Tosiaan se lintuhan on siis se Mithion. Tai jonkinlainen sen muoto siitä, tai kuvajänne siitä, tai en minä tiedä. Mut se lintu on yksi niistä Mithionin muodoista. Tai siis toinen sen muoto. Olettehan te sen nähnyt. Mut se ei ollut mitenkään ilmaissut mitenkään tarkasti siinä. Tai mainittu millään tavalla, että vaikka se liittyy jotenkin siihen, että Mithion has taken their hearts unto herself, että nämä on niin oikeasti niin osa Mithionia enemmänkin. Tosin täkö sanon sen toisinpäin, että ihan sama, mennään tällä. Aikohan kaikki ratkea. I'm inclined to agree. If Mithion has taken the emotions of others as her own, I dare say she would be able to recreate them more faithfully than had she relied on any historical account. Ja no sitä se tarkoitti. By which logic, she must have visited them while they still lived, the dragons and the air both. So too did I theorize, and upon that assumption consider how those two races may have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Michian perceiveth the emotions of those nearby as her own. A heightened sense of empathy is intrinsic to her nature as an enteleki. In the course of her starfaring journey, she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation of their existence. She would be powerless before that desire. Even as she possesseth the power to grant it, the power of dynamism. 'Tis my supposition that overwhelmed by their longing for death, Mithion did unleash dynamism and usher the dragons and the air unto their doom. Of course, such was not always the outcome. Full many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray ask yourselves this. In the place where you stand, whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? No, kerrohan se sun plottis. Never again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. Niin, sinä et pitää niitä, mutta sä pyydät meitä pettämään. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side, for full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask now that thou returnest the favor and abide in faith as I fulfill mine own destiny. Kauheat suunnitelmat ja plottaukset sitä varten, että sinä uhrat itsesi täällä. Just fucking do it! If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? This indelicate of me, I know full well, and I can but beg thy forgiveness. Yet even if I must needs to go to such lengths, I cannot full feign ignorance of the answer I have found within. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? As to all that we have been through, I will say only this. Do what you must. Do what you must and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend, I shall. Without further ado, then, let us go to join our comrades. Let us be off to Duelegea. Ehkä minä lennän sinne. Niin siistin näköinen paikka. Ai vitsi. It seems everyone is accounted for. Shall we then?
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age. In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless, so infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls, though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the Aya. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on, and do not look back.
Mä kutsun teitä takaisin, kun me ollaan homma hoidettua.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Riange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. and many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Eikö se on planeetta?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow, and eventually they are reborn, alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you, to all life on beautiful Aetheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
No. Kova hyppy tonne vaan. Kun pääsee yli puolen välin hyppäämään, niin gravitaatio pitää puoleensa. Se on kyllä hyvin vaikea arvioida, että niinku, miten iso toi on, kautta että miten lähellä toi on. Niin kun, onko tyyliin Suomi tämän kokoinen? Vai onko Suomi tuon kokoinen? Are you all ready to continue on? It's saying, mä olisin menemään tupakille. Then let us make four where the light. Then let us make four where that light shone. Isla and Orianger have opened the way for us. Itse asiassa toi sana shine. Taivutus. Vaikuttaa että onko se brittien englantia vai amerikan englantia. Tää on amerikan englantia, kun se sanotaan shown. Britit sanoo shined. Olin oppinut vähän hieman britti-englannin ja amerikan englannin eroista, kun on kirjoittanut kirjaa. Siinä saattaa vieläkin olla kyllä varmaan jotain virheitä, että olen kirjoittanut amerikan englanniksi jotakin, kun se pitäisi olla britti-englannilla. Yes, I can feel it. The ether emanating from that arcing pattern. No nyt on kyllä niinku sekava teksti tässä. Victory X Lelost. This is a portal and no mistake. Let us see where it leads. No, uusi alue tehty ja toinen alue tehty ja tää on hyvä hetki käydä tupakilta. Mä en sano, että tää on hyvä hetki lopettaa, mutta en mä nyt ihan vielä lopeta. Kello on vasta 10. Tässä kohtaa on hyvä käydä tupakilta. No niin, nyt pitäisi pelin pyörittää paremmin, kun tuo video renderöi videoa viimein. Pitää laittaa ensi syksynä tämä videosta renderöitymään, kun tämäkin on 2 osassa. Ja huomenna päivästä menee Minecraftin editointiin. Tämä on siistin näköinen paikka. Koko alue on, koko paikka on siistin näköistä, mutta tämmönen high-tech. Ai vitsi, jos on lähellä mun sydäntä. Mä vaan kyllä tiedä yhtä, että mitä sit tulee. No, mitä tulee? Yritän editoida. Yritän editoida sen Minecraftin. En tule todellakaan kyllä editoimaan samalla tavalla kuin tyyli miten lakko niitä editoi, mutta lähinnä nopennuksia ja tämmösiä, mutta kun siinä on aika monta tuntia, niin sitä materiaalia nyt, niin mutta ei puhuta siitä. Keskitytään tähän faikkaan. Mun limis loppu. Tää käy tekemässä lisää. Amazing. Yet another civilization. Attacked as soon as you arrived. Not the most welcoming of places, is it? We must try to find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also get the lay of the land, see how far we can go. I'll help Alfino with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier folk. Apart from hostile beings, take care with your footing. I mislike the look of this terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like, you'd best take care of yourselves. You'd best take care yourselves. Of yourselves. We'll find you once we are finished exploring. Se varoittaa, että watch your footing, mutta tässä on näkymättömät seinät, ei voi pudota. I expect that Venus will seek the outermost bounds of the isle, so I propose we search the central area. There are machines patrolling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encountered, they will most certainly attack any who venture too close. So let us avoid them and look for others that appear more approachable. You see naught but patrolling machines in the area. They do not seem inclined to non-violent intercourse. Metsästä pääsi hyppäämään yli. Ottakaa technical steppiä. Look, Tenshik, the machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Begging your pardon, but we are searching for the denizens of this star. This unknown life forms detected, assigning generic label interplanetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to the planet. Bloop. The planet what? Could you please repeat that? It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name of our tongue. It may be translated into yours as Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called the Omicrons, and you stand within one of our outposts. The Omicrons, you say? And what is it that you do here? We are preparing for war. Oletteko te niitä, jotka hyökkäsitte lohikärmeiden kimppuun? Ja by the way, tuossa nimestä Omikron koronaviruksesta oli Omikron variantti, joka se nyt oli, niin mulle tarttui se Omikroni. Se oli heikompi kuin tavallinen toi korona, mutta helpommin, siihen tarttui helpommin, sairastui helpommin. Mulla on ollut äkäisempiä flunssiakin. Tosin itse asiassa mä en tiedä, että oliko mulla sitten jossain vaiheessa ollut ihan kunnon korona. Nimittäin ennen kuin se just johonkin niihin aikoihin, kun korona tuli ja ennen kuin sitä niinku varsinaisesti niinku tiedettiin siitä mitään, niin mä sairastin ihan älyttömän ärhäkään flunssan. Niin ikinä en sairastunut yhtä ärhäkkää flunssaa, niin mä ajattelin, että se oli vaan joku influenssa tai jotain, mutta saattoi myös olla korona. Tosin mä itse asiassa sairastin influenssan tossa muutama kuukausi sitten, kun se oli varmaan puolen vuotta sitten, mutta kumminkin mä tunnistin kyllä oireet, että se oli selkeästi influenssa ei kestä kauan. Se on yli se pari päivää pahinta ja selkeä ehkä niinku viikko jotain pientä tuhnua, mutta tai jotain, ei se olisi viikkoa. Pari päivää se oli kova ja kolmas päivä oli vähän kevyempi ja neljäs päivä nyt ei vieläkään ehkä ollut ihan täysin kunnossa, mutta no kumminkin. En kyllä muista se enempää sitä alkuperäistä, että oliko sitten minkälaiset oireet siinä sitten oli. Mutta jatketaan. As we presently do not have a designated target, you have nothing to fear. Okei. Tepä olette sotaisia robotteja. Valmistaudutte sotaan ilman, että teillä on edes mitään minne hyökätä. Tää on niinku RTS-pelit. Valmistaudutaan hyökkäämään naapurien kimppuun. Toki siinä kyllä tiedetään kyllä, että siinä on targetit valmiina, mutta niinku siinä ei mitään muuta kuin vaan valmistaudutaan sotaan ennen kuin edes varsinaisesti mitään sotaa on syttynyt. Should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody and or terminated. Not a little frightening, these Omicrons, but at least they seem to be forthright. I will see what else I can learn from this fellow. If you could try speaking with the others. Ja tosiaan sanotaan nyt jo tässä kohtaa, Nämä on yksi Beast-tribe. Tai miksi sitä nyt sanotaan nykyään? Society. Ei täällä kun Reputation ja... En polkari, tämä on viimeinen. Arkesodarat. Oliko tää sitten Crafti? Ei, Loporit on varmaan Crafti. Arkesodara on varmaan Gathering ja Omikron on varmaan sitten Battle, en muista yhtä. Mut siis joo. Näitäkin olen grindannut aika paljon. Missä se onkaan? Missä tosiaan, onko se tuolla? Saattaa olla tuolla. Mistä saadaan niitä? Mikä se nyt sitten onkaan? Society. Societal Relations. Joo. Society Quest näillä. Yllättävää kyllä, mutta mä arvasin kyllä, että niin silloin kun tätä pelasin, että Loporiteilla on varmaan ja Arkesodaroilla olisi jotain, mutta nämä Omikronit yllätti. Vähän liikun, niin heiluttaa mun uspipiuhaa. On kyllä kilahtunut, mutta jatketaan kohta. Pistäis tässä kohtaa jo päälle. Vitsi miten upea. Latausruutu. Vai voisiko jopa sanoa wallpaper. Ja en tiedä kyllä sitten että... No mä kävin tässä välissä hakemassa lisää juotavaa. Että oliko se joku hikka tässä serverillä, että se vaan potki pois. Vai oliko se tosiaan siitä, että mä liikahdin ja satuin heilattamaan uspipiuhaa. Vai oliko se vaan tosiaan yhteensattamatta, että just samaan aikaan kun liikahdan, niin tosiaan tulee se hikko. Kun en tosiaan kuullut, että mulla olisi netti lähtenyt eikä se ollut alkanut vitisemään siitäkään mitä se enempää. Että hyvin toimii netti edelleenkin. Mutta en sitten tiedä, jos se kilahdus on tullut tässä välissä kohdin juotamaan, mutta jatketaan. Greetings, traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, beware malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sir's commands and indiscriminately attack all non-Omicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, be advised that Sir is the allies of Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions to our forces as the foremost of the 6 strategic matrices that bear the designation Stigma. Eli teillä on niin kuin tekoäly siellä. Tai keskusmoottori, mikä onkaan Central Processing Unit. Measuring combat capability. Result negligible. Subject falls outside targeting parameters. Well, thanks, I guess. Greetings, traveler. We are the Omicrons, and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire combat data and resources. We Eka olin ton, sit mä yhdistin most ja recently yhteen mostly. Most recently we succeeded in subjugating the home world of the beings whose strength was said to be without parallel, the dragons. I fucking knew it. Nämä hyökkäs sinne. Kehä sulkeutuu. Though the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. Subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains. bloop. Mun pitäis hommata kyllä joku ääniefekti tonne, mitä vaan klikataan aina, kun tulee tämmönen bloopi. Autonomous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munition levels satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. Me täytyy mennä puhumaan sille Sirille. He learned a few things. So did I. Ere we share our findings, however, I believe it best to step outside of the outpost. Come with me. Nyt sä kerrot mulle sitä, mitä mä tiedän jo. Tää palvoo jotain Siria. Tai palvoo siis. Tottelee Sirin käskyjä. There you are. We finished surveying the area. This will come as no surprise, but there was no way forward. There were portals like the one we used to get here, but those that worked only sent us to isolated isles. Then, as before, we must locate the embodiment of the emotion that passed away. Saanko mä uhrata itteni? Te saatte hoitaa se legworkia. Seuraavat tulevat reality-dunkut mun puolesta. Tosin tässä kyllä tulee nää main-skenaariossa dunkkuja. Ehkä viimeinen reality tulee, mutta... Minä voin uhrata ja vetää läpi ja Eatherissä. Luenko mä tän? Joo, kyllä. What of yourselves? Did you find anyone to speak with? We did. So the Omicrons seek to advance themselves through conquest. Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leader has yet to issue new commands, and so they wait. In such a place, who could it be that fits Orian's description? A soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others. Orion said that this. During our investigation, before we joined you in Elegea. So that's the way of it. Why couldn't he just say it all to us? Say it to all of us. Given what we know of this place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs. While the dragons and the air long for death, the Omicrons long for conflict. As much as that may lead to destruction, it must be considered a distinct desire. In order to find the source of the dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out their leader, this Sir. According to M032, the first Omicron with whom we spoke, there is a console by which we might communicate with it. M032 also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself, I believe, is worth investigating. What say you? En sano mitään, nyökkään vaan. No nyt tässä ei kyllä enää yhtäkään. No ei, on siinä muutama oikea kirjan. Not bound. Hell not bound. Yritän sitten etsiä tämmösiä koeissa, että ootko sinä tehnyt tämmösiä joskus. So the console we seek lies on the far side of this isle. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. Direct indeed. Let us all watch our step as we make our way. Ei tarvi varoa askelemia heti kierrellä ja kaarella, kun voi lentää. No hyvä, että tässä ei voi pudota, koska on tyhjän päällä dismountta. This appears to be the console, but it seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? Minähän ymmärränkin alien teknologiasta paljon. You tried touching, smacking and attending with the console, but there is no response. No luck, I see. But there must be a way to activate it. There must.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough. But if we can't even activate it?
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega. Sid built a jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
Joo, en sörmässannut sitä, että Omega on täältä. Tosin sopisi kyllä siihen naming scheme. Omegat, alfat, betat, semmonen oli joku vihollinen tuossa. Omikron ja mitä näitä nyt onkaan sitten. Omikronilla ei kyllä taida. Onko se latin, mikä joku kreikkalainen kirja, en tiedä. Tai en muista, kyllä mä oon katsonut ne kaikki läpi, mutta hyvin yleistä on nämä alfa, beta ja delta, omega. Niitä on paljon muitakin. Siinä saman tien tulee mieleen. Pi taisi olla yksi. Mu. Yllättävää kyllä, että jostain syystä My löytyy näppäimistöstä helposti. Se on niinku Alger ja M. Mutta ei ole Omegaa, ei ole Alfa eikä mitään näitä muita, että jostain sitten My löytyy. Ymmärtäisin, jos Pi löytyisi, mutta ei löydy sitäkään.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
Oh, I could use my custom-made Omega Jammer.
You still have it? Sid and Nero's legendary device which brought low the superweapon Omega. Wait, the actual device was much too big to lug around, so you must only have the control module. And there I was getting all excited. Never mind. An old-fashioned spell will suffice.
Wakey, wakey.
It worked!
Welcoming connection to communications module 1. Connection established.
Kyllä se puhuu englantia.
Transmission. Strategic Matrix Signal 1 now online. As a primary strategic matrix, you may address the West server. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Hey, hold up.
Wait, we have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Let us focus our search on the outpost. Alicia and I will try speaking with the Omicrons this time, in the hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Gra could observe them from a distance. These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it should not be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, then let us begin at once. niin, mutta sitten mä sanoin, sitten kun mä tänne pääsin, tähän tietenkin tuli, as we came this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point, follow me. Niin sit kun mä tänne tulin, vihdoin viimein, arkansudarit ja loporit, tähän tulee aika nopeasti tässä tarinan mukana, mutta näähän on tyyliin niinku, ei nyt ihan ehkä viimeisiä, ehkä tässä on vielä lisää jotain muita sivilisaatioita, mutta kun mä tänne pääsin, niin mä mietin, että voisiko nää olla yksi niistä 3 Beast Tribeista. Yllätyin kyllä kun kävi ilmi, että kyllä nämä on, mutta itse asiassa mä sanoin, että mä veikkaisin että nämä olisi kombatti, mutta nämä ei kyllä itse asiassa tainnut olla. Tässä olisi ehkä ollut jopa catering, mutta vähän itse asiassa musta mieleen, että tämä voisi olla catering Beast Tribe. Mutta näähän taisi tulla toisina. Arkansudarit tuli ensimmäisenä ja sitten tuli myöhemmin nämä Omikronit ja viimeisenä tuli loporit. Oli kyllä vähän sillä, että ei kyllä loporit nyt sitten olekaan. Yllättävää, että Omikron tuli sitten joku. Mutta jatketaan. Arvuutellaan sitten mitä Dawn Trailissa tulee olemaan niitä Beast Tribeja. Anteeksi, Societyja. The Omicron is speaking with Alphinaud, though you can't hear the conversation. All appears otherwise normal. The Omicron should be on standby. Search for any that are not. Siellä menee yksi. Ai, olisiko mun pitänytkään painaa sitä? Se oli semmonen liikkuva. The Omicron wanders about ceaselessly, as if lacking a clear objective. Okay. An Omicron wandering aimlessly. Where? Aika siis jalat näillä muut taittuu tolleen. Aha, siitä. Epäkäynnössä kyllä kävelemisen, mutta musta piikat, mutta no nehän ei kyllä kävelekään, että ne leijuu. Mitä ikinä sitten leijuukaan. Millä magialla. It's left the base. It's left at the base. Let's follow it. Miksi sanotaan it's? It has left the base. Ehkä turhaa kyllä, kun sana laittaa väliin tämmönen has. Voisipa sanoa, että it left the base. It's not here, but it definitely came this way. It must have used the portal. Time to go through and see what we find. Lambda. Lambda on joku kreikkalainen kirja. Muistaakseni on kreikkalainen eikä mikä muun kaus voisi olla. Kreetalainen ei. Latinalainen ei. Latinalainen on kyllä siis joku, mutta kai se on kreikkalainen kirjain systeemi. What is your query? Ah, you found it. What are you doing here? Varovaa, kohta menee oikosulku. I am looking at the tree. No, oli sillä vastaus. What an unusual specimen. What is the device attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in our environment, however, it requires life support. That is the function of the device. To go to such lengths to sustain it. Is there something special about this tree? Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there's a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves. Likewise, like we did countless others, we conquered the star whence this tree came. It is the last remnant of the world, and there is nothing towards which it may aspire. Yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Joo, sillä ei ole aivoja. Mikä vaikuttaa siihen sen tekemisiin. Tai tällaisen DNAssa. What does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way, and to what end? I don't understand. I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. So, it was acting outside of orders. Perhaps it is simply a malfunctioning omission. These are by no means uncommon. But it may also be a unit possessed of the ability to make decisions, but not unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. To endeavor to live even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Tenshik, one day, when this adventure becomes a part of your epic, do you think I will be mentioned in it? Totta kai, Kyrha. Sä oot ollut aika niinku keskeinen osa tässä tarinassa. Maybe in a footnote. Of course, why wouldn't you be? Oli aika lähellä sitä, mitä mä sanoin. You truly think so? That would be a... Nay, I shouldn't say such things until the moment comes to pass. Never mind the embarrassment. Well, we had best get on with our task. Tracking down Sir and understanding the nature of the emotion which bars our way. Jännän näköinen puu kyllä. Olen tässä miettimään että jos ylipäätään jossain toisessa maailmassa on puita, niin ne ei välttämättä olisi ihan hirveästi erilaisia kuin meidän maailman puut. Meidän maailmassa on kyllä paljon erilaisia puita kyllä, niin kuin on siis koivut, jossa on valkoiset rungot ja kuuset, jotka on aina vihreitä. Akasiapuut, jotka ei kasva niin suoraan, vaan taipuu vähän sen, mutta loppujen lopuksi on kyllä niinku suhteellisen niinku aika pohjimmiltaan niinku samanlaisia. No, tiedättehän, niitä kutsutaan puiksi. Ei ole pensaita tai kukkia tai että ne on puita. Sen verran on aina samanlaisia. Mutta niinku, että voiko toisessa jossain toisessa maailmassa, jos siellä nyt jotain puita on sitten, jossa kasvaa tuommoista niinku, tässä onkaan runko tolleen kova runko, niin voiko ne kasvaa tämmöisiksi? Koska tää on niinku erittäin niinku epälooginen. Puut kuitenkin kasvaa niinku suhteellisen niinku, yrittää niinku, no kuten kaikki vaan elävä olento yrittää maksimoida niinku, tehokkuuden. Se, että niinku vesi menee tonne ja sit se menisi niinku tonne alas. Niin, en minä tiedä. En tunne miten puiden vesimekanismit toimii, mutta tää vaan vaikuttaa jotenkin niin semmoiselta, että tämmöistä puuta ei niinku, puuta ei vaan voi kasvaa tommoseksi. Mutta missäs minä mitään tiedän, niin kuin en oikeasti tiedä. Hyvin mahdollisesti voi. Joku tiedemies voi jopa demonstroida oikeassa elämässä. Katsokaa, jos näin kasvatetaan puuta ja vähän modifioidaan sitä tällä tavalla, niin kyllä puu voi kasvaa tälleen ja hyvin toimii. Voihan se olla. Mutta sitäkin mä oon sanottu, että jos toisia niinku alienrotuja on, niin ne ei välttämättä ole ihan hirveästi niin kuin meistä poikkeavia. Koska yksi erittäin tärkeä asia, mikä niin kuin ihmisillä on ollut, niin tämän niin kuin kehityksen kannalta on niin kuin peukalo. Toki linjut tämmöistä käyttää, niin kuin pystyy ottamaan suuhunsa asioita ja käyttämään niitä, mutta se on hyvin epäkäytännöllistä. Totta kai yksi niin kuin tärkeä asia on tarpeeksi iso aivokapasiteetti. Ymmärrys hyödyntää ja rakentaa työkaluja ja parantaa niitä, mutta se on toinen asia. Tietenkään ei mitään välttämättä mitään ihmisen näköisiä ole millään tavalla, mutta tyyliin hyvin samoja tommosia piirteitä voi mahdollisesti löytyä. Kuten siis peukalo. Tai miksei vaikka kaksikin peukaloa, mutta siis niin, se on aika tärkeä osa kehityksessä. Delfiinit esimerkiksi on suurin piirtein yhtä älykkäitä kuin ihmiset, mutta kun niillä ei ole peukaloita. Mutta jatketaan. We should return to the outpost for now. The others will wish to hear about the errands in Omicron. Älä jaksa. Cross says you found a suspicious Omicron. That's good, because the units here were of no help. They all had the same thing to say about the extended operations unit, that there's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that's there to prove that it's business as usual at the outpost. Meidän pitäisi kysyä vaan, että missä se sijaitsee. Ja rynnistää vaan sisälle. Mä olen katsomaan mun Obsen-ruutua. Näytöt on aina tietenkin erilaisia, että niinku, mulla on ollut kokemusta monissa näytöissä. Joskus on ollut vähän sinertäviä ja joskus on ollut vähän punertavia, mutta niin kuvan laatu kyllä niin selkeästi vaikuttaa myöskin, että niin kuin, mä oon saattanut tämän näytön silleen, niin että se on niin kuin, no mahdollisimman hyvä, mutta niin kuin, en tämä tietenkään täydellinen ole, tämä on vaan hyvin heikko TV, mutta niin kuin, tässä toki näkyy niin kuin mulla semmoista detailia, mutta tää on kaikki hyvin niin kuin semmoista niin kuin, no ei vaaleanharmaata, mutta harmaata. Tuossa mun toisessa ruudussa tuo niinku, tässä on selkeämpi niinku väriero. Tää on niinku selkeästi tummemman harmaata ja tää on niinku vaaleanharmaata. Mun tätä päänäytöltä on niinku suurin piirtein. Tää on vähän sinertävä ja nää on niinku hyvin samaa väriä. Mutta sitten mun toisella näytöllä tää on aika mustaa. Mutta siinä on niinku kontrasti. Ja nää kaikki niinku tuntuu hehkuvaa enemmän. Tää on vitsin siistin näköinen kyllä niinku tuolla kun katsoo toista näytöstuuta. Taivas on kyllä molemmissa upea, mutta se on paljon, tää on niin hyvin sinertävä mulla tässä, mutta sitten niin päänäytöllä. Mutta sitten toisella näytöllä tää on hyvin violetti sitten, että no en malta odottaa, että saa paremman näytön, niin kuulemma OLEDit, no OLEDit tarkoittaa sitä, että siinä on niin mustemmat on mustia, tai mustat on mustempia, mutta tää on niinku melkein niinku että niinku, tässä ei ole shaderita ollenkaan, ja toisella näyttää on shaderit. Mut jatketaan. But enough about that. Enough about us. Niin kuin minäkin voisin sanoa, että enough about that. Tell me you learn something more useful. An Omicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction as philosophical. This unit may well be in a position of leadership, perhaps even one of those that comprise SIR. As we know, the Omicrons invade other stars and enhance themselves using the spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or in whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omicron's body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. The problem is how to go about ascertaining if that's what happened. Yeah, when I attempted to probe further, it promptly ended the conversation. If it is indeed Sir, I doubt it would willingly reveal its true identity. I have an idea. We use lightning on the console again, but we make it stronger. Much stronger. Aiheutat oikosulu. At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction that could suggest that it has a connection to Sir. An inspired idea. I dare say it is worth a try. I had a feeling you'd be on board. Tai se ei se ole oikasulku, kun se kärväyttää sen laitteen. I had a feeling you'd be on board. This time you must allow me to do the honors. Saako Red Mage sähkö? Kyllä ne osaa. Bear Thunder. I will stand guard in case your incantation draws sentries to the scene. For my part, then, I will approach our suspect and divert its attention. During which time, Tenshik, I want you to observe it closely for anomalous behavior. I should mention that shortly before you returned, an Omicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it headed off towards the console. At first I assumed it was unit on patrol, but perhaps... That could only be our errand, Omicron. We must seek it out and begin our operation at once. Alright, Alphino and I... Alright, Alphino and I will stand by at the console, and when it's time, I'll unleash a veritable storm. This will work. I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend, let us find this doubt-plagued Omicron. You are the one that was observing the tree, are you not? Full glad I am to find you again. I have a question for you, Yusi, about the device which sustains the tree. Provided it does not necessitate the disclosure of restricted information. Very well. Crew has begun distracting the Omicron. Soon, Alice will strike the console with lightning. Observe M017 closely for anomalies behavior after Alice has cast her spell. You may an anomaly, you say? Performing diagnostic. Error confirmed. My connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once and present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility. You will excuse me. What you need, my friend, isn't maintenance. It is to confront the truth. While we spoke, our comrades struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That is the cause of your anomaly. You are connected to Sir, aren't you? Se on, Sir. Affirmative. Okay. Ei ole, Sir. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know, but before we speak further, we must move away from the other units. I don't wish for them to know my true identity. Noni, aha, sä oot, Sir. Very well, our friends are at the console. Let us head there. Mä oon kyllä vähän pettynyt, että mä en nähnyt että Alphino kävisi jotain taisteluita tuossa samalla kun Alice tekee niitä sen vertaantareita.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma 1. It is, was, my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete.
Missä kohtaa kyborgista tulee androidi ja missä kohtaa androidista tulee robotti? No. Ja kun ihmiseen pistetään augmentaatiota, niin se on kyborgia. Tosiaan androidi pitäisi olla niinku, se on niinku robotti, johon on lisätty robotin osia, mutta siinä kohtaa kun alkaa olemaan 90% robottia, niin voiko kyborgia sanoa enää kyborgiksi, että eikö se mene vähän niinku androidin puolelle. Mutta sitten että no siinä kohtaa kun ne on muuttanut niiden mielen aivoista dataksi, niin siinä kohtaa mennään robotin puolelle. Mutta nämä on siis olevina niin jollain tavalla niin eläviä olentoja, voiko enää sanoa silleen. Se ei ole niin artificial intelligence, kun se on niin legitimate. Vaikka se niiden älykkyys onkin datamurs.
Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. But even then, we did not feel secure, for we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful that we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy is spent. for I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them...
Ripperinus pepperonis.
I want you to make me a promise. Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end.
I promise this won't be the end. You say it, I'll do it.
Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you, properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will.
Aika paljon vaadittu, mutta ok.
If you would humor me a moment, when we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Are you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not prescribe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unlike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink, of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
No, aika nopeasti näytti sille Shadowbringersin tapahtumat.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end.
They all live so easily, as if it's nothing. How do they think we feel? Hei, kyllä me molemmat tiedetään, että ne tulee takaisin. The next time we meet, I'll give you such a flick. That'll be just. Okei, no siis me molemmat tiedetään, että ne tulee takaisin kyllä, mutta niinku. Siis. Niinku, mitä tässä sitten on niinku, ne vaan hetkeksi niinku. Kaikkoa Etherin. Niin saadaan kyllä takaisin sieltä. Niinku, it's not a big deal. Meillä se on niinku problem ja deal yhtä aikaa, niin se tuli niinku, mennä tulla drillina. En tiedä miten. Jatketaan. The crystalline path Gra has paved it for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on for our friends and all who await us in faith. So come, let us seek the path's beginning. It appears to be near the outpost. Täällä oli teleporttipärejä. Miksi sä loit lattian siihen? Joku, tai siis lattian. Kristallisillan. Menkää pois. Tämäkö se sitten on? mikä voisi viedä eteenpäin. Sittenkin tänään, mitä se kristallisiltasta oli, en minä tiedä. Look, Tarshak, a portal has opened. It will certainly deliver us through. It must. Tästä kertaan tämä ensin. No, tässä on taas hyvä hetken mennä käymään tupakilla. Ja jatketaan. Tähän video. Tämän sen auttanut on 7 tuntia 47 minuuttia. Melkein 8 tuntia. Se aikaisempi video oli joku tunti 45 minuuttia tai 50 minuuttia, että tää tulee olemaan vähän pidempi video. Mut mulla on 12 tuntia asti raja, että kuka jaksaa katsoa näin pitkiä videoita, mutta näitähän voi katsoa pätkissä ja näitä voi kuunnella taustalle ja semmoista, mutta ei pidetä kukaan muutenkaan oikein katsoa. Well, here is where the path begins, and it ascends to dizzying heights. Let's make our way, one step at a time. Our friends got us this far. Their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue, no matter how long it takes. Tässä on tämmönen jäätikkö, tai mikä kristallipäthi. No, minä voin lentää tonne suoraan. Ei tarvii jossain. Otetaan tämmöstä herkusta, että pystyy lentämään vielä niin kauan kuin pystyy. Sitten tulee Dawnrail ja ei pysty enää. Sitten matka hidastuu. Jota olen kyllä sanonut aikaisemminkin. Muutaman kerran, mutta sanon sitä varmaan vielä. Kerkeen varmaan sanomaan sen. Tai helposti kerkeen, mä voin sanoa sen nyttenkin. Otetaan tästä vielä. Mutta joo. This is almost. Pieni kylän pahanen. Kyllä pahanen. Uusi laviina. Normal. It's not unlike many cities we know, but it's deathly quiet. Mulla on semmonen muistikuva tässä paikassa, että mä yritän löytää täältä jotain ja sitten mä taas harahelen tällä pitkään aikaa, että missähän on. Mutta katsotaan. Many of the inhabitants are within the buildings, or invisible to our senses. Wrong on both counts. There is simply no one here. Mitjan. This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which was pulsed with life, but no longer. How it ended, I do not know. Invasion, sickness, suicide, none can say. None lived to speak for the dead. They are gone. Gone. Search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. If there is no one here, then neither should there be emotion to bar our way. Yet Mityan seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? No mitä Mityan? Pinsepöläni. Gootti. kasvat värikkäissä lapsuusvuosissa teini-ikä goottivuosille. Hyvin tuttu tarina. You think you have got me? This form is barely a drop from the ocean that swells within the dead sun. Even so, I could easily unmake you. You are only still alive because of your comrades, but they cannot protect you forever. Until they fade away, I'll satisfy myself with watching you try, and fail, to find a way out of this lifeless place. You are so mean. Whatever Midian may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed, at the very least, it doesn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the area. Yep. Äärettömästi tälle musiikki. There doesn't seem to be anyone here. Perhaps you could try calling out. Hello. If anyone has heard you, they do not respond. Wait not for the thick layer of dust. One could imagine someone drinking from these cups, but moments ago. The object resembles a tree and appears to have been fashioned from a stone-like material. Metallia, yes, tatala, valopylväs. Erected in place of an actual tree, or to serve some other purpose perhaps. Regardless, there is no one left to explain, to tell the story. This place is reminiscent of a bar, but neither patrons nor staff are anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers lined shelves with a loose few sitting on the counter, vessels for the beverages in all likelihood. A venue bustling with activity, only it was not. Maistais nyt ees vähäs. Miten tiukkaa tavaraa täällä on. No, lähemmät ja näkyvimmät on käyty nyt, että meissä on loput 2. In the distance, you glimpse Alice picking her way through the ruins, but otherwise by no signs of life. You strain your ears to catch. Mulla ei korvia. You strain your horns to catch something, anything, but hear not so much as the chirping of an insect. Siellä näkyy viimeinen. Olisiko se ollut tämä, mitä mä tehtiin? Minuutin tai 2. Though set slightly off the ground, this appears to be a door, but the objects to the left could be letterboxes. Yllättäen tunnistan että nämä on postilaatikoita. Onko keskiajalla tai onko Jorsessa tommosia postilaatikoita? Ei siellä kyllä muuta ole, kun siellä on delivery-muuklet. The door is rusted shut, and the film of dust all over suggests no one has come through in a long time. Explore the necropolis. Tää on necropolis. Jack, take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we could take it just beneath the dead sun. But I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? Olisi viina. Tämä kyllä on maistunut. I see. I noticed the same things. Cups left upon tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know I don't want to be alone anymore. We have searched enough for now. Let's find Alfino and compare what we have learned.
Did you find anything?
Löysin viinaa.
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteon seen.
Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alize and I can overcome their will.
I promised your friends I'd keep you safe.
I know. I know. But if there is a chance this will work, then I would take it. For everyone, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you. The last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others.
Mä aloin kyllä tässä just miettimään, että mä aikaisemmin sanoin, että hei, minä voin huurata itteni ja ottaa lepiä, mutta jos se oikeasti tapahtuisi niin, okei, niin miten mä sitten niin pitää jatkuisi? Katsiineilla, maybe. Mutta sitten tulee taistelua. Taistelut ei tule katsiineissa, ainakaan ihan hirveästi, se on ehkä yksi hyökkäys tai jotain. Tässä tulee bosseja yömäs. Niin miten peli händläistämään sitten? Minun pitäisi pelata jollain hemmetin Alfinolla. Mä niin inhoon pelata noilla MPCllä. Joo, ihan hyvältä, että te menette vetämään lepiä, niin minä pystyn pelaamaan. Jatkaa minun tutulla dancerilläni.
But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even her. Why must she be the one? Why must she fight alone? More than a hero, she's a dear friend. not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet...
Alize, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave her a new one. For instance, a path where she finds happiness at journey's end. This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you.
What are you... If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters, as did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear? I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Atheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward, but your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well, that sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
No, yksin joudun tuomaan kaikki takaisin sitten. No okei, en yksin, on sille Graililta taru. Vielä. Mut mitäs mä viimeksi saatiin ne takaisin? Ketäs siinä oli mukana? Hetkonen nyt. Mä olin Alfinon kanssa, kun se oli. Mä olin pitkä aika Alfinon kanssa. Sitten löydettiin... Kukahan me löydettiin ensimmäisenä, en muista kyllä enää. Mutta Thankredi saatiin takaisin, Istola saatiin takaisin, saatiin kaikki takaisin. Earlier in Old Charlian. No, Kraili voi auttaa. Mä luotan siihen, että Kraililla on tarpeeksi tietämystä asioista, että minä yksin sais mitään aikaiseksi.
Please. Please. Oh, please let them all be safe.
Kuinkahan monta porkkanaa aikaisemmin tää on ollut?
Cryle? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache. They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry, an associate of the Scions. He wishes to speak with you at once.
Oliko meillä joku muukin vielä tässä, joka ei tullut mukaan? Kuka Scioni? Gaius vai? Tuossa kilinässä ja kopinassa päätellä. Se ei kyllä mikään Scioni ole, mutta... No, associate, maybe. No, nyt olen yksin. Kyllä seura kelpaa, mutta... En mä yksinäisyyskään haittaa. In this city devoid of life, you sense the presence of another. The sorrow of a thousand worlds weighs heavy, and yet you can walk on.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
En tosiaan pysty juoksemaan tai mauttamaan tai mitään muutakaan.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
Hetkonen toi oli... Katon nimi oli... Ei ollut Fortuno. Kuitenkin peli on silleen, että mun pitää käydä nää kaikki, niin kun mä pääsen läpi.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Grail? Taitaa tarvita joku lalafeli toi taas olla.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
Oliko toisen mikä se Heavenswardin ruleri? Mikä se toi? If you need a push, I'll be right behind there. Ei mitään hajua kyllä tosta ollut.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Ei mitään hajua. Ehkä minifilia.
Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
Ei mitään hajua. Eikä nää oo mitenkään tuttuja kuottejakaan. Tässä on kyllä ollut tuhansia kuotteita. Niinku tuhansia, satoja tuhansia lauseita, että... Mutta en voi sanoa, että voisin muistaa kaikki, mutta...
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
Onko tää joku asiani kai? Ei kai. Ei asian kuin... Karleani.
A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never foresee.
Ei mitään hajuu. Puolet on smarvauksestakin varmaan väärin.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home.
No toi oli matoja.
I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
Tataru ehkä.
Strong art thou, mortal.
Joku lohikärme. Miettikää, kun tää peli pitäisi pelata tälleen. Ei pysty juoksemaan.
The light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Ei mitään hajua. Tulee mieleen ehkä Heidelin, mutta... Tosin taas kyllä realistista, että en kukaan juokse joka paikkaan, että niinku, paikkoihin kävellään. Että sitten niinku, oishan se että niinku, pelissä ei pysty juoksemaan muuta kuin taistelussa, että niinku, kun halutaan mennä eteenpäin, niin se on kävelle. Toki tietysti on mountit, mutta ei jos mounttejakaan.
Let's finish this.
No se oli Tancred. Triali hämyttää. Veikkaanpa.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest.
Minä hyppään tonne.
I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled. Whose prayers were unheard. Whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Atheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You've suffered enough.
Löysin on ilmeisesti se solkristalli.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace?
That's why it's too soon for this to end.
There are so many people in the
You must triumph.
and yet to drink of calamity.
Drown in
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
I am ever grateful.
I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know.
After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
And Godspeed.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
I won't forsake our cause. Materiaalihan se siellä.
I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all. I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls. But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Aetheris, past and present.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Ihan tavallinen siltakelppa, kiitos.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
Kukkaniitinkö mä sitten tein sillaksi? Vai teinkö mä siltä ollenkaan? Tein vaan kukkaniitin.
Though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
Päässikö vetää trialin äänen kanssa? Tosi viimeksi se kyllä menee huonosti, että kyllä se pitää kerran yrittää, mutta... No katsotaan mitä tulee. Tuleeko triali ollenkaan?
May you ever walk in the light.
Webem.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for.
Let us be thankful.
Indeed, that we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Etheris.
Aye, as soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
Come with us, Mityan.
Can you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
Tuo pörstö on kyllä upea. En tiedä mikä toi lausi. Pysähdys siinä oli.
The way is open. They can proceed.
Pitkä ja upea.
So it seems.
Ja mitä kommenttia, mutta sitten Emetsellekin on jossain vaiheessa posessoinut tuon Thancredi. Ei anteeksi pyyntö tai mitään.
You're leaving?
Of course. The encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Hydaelyn's magic.
Eikö sulla Emetsellekin? Se on ihan ensimmäinen
It's
niistä.
more than that. The future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought. I lost.
Eikö Emetsellekin oli se Emperorin se iso isäkö se oli? Mikähän se oli? Kuka se sen Thancredin posessoi? En kyllä muista enää tähän hätään sitä nimeä. Yritän miettiä sitä dunkkua. Gaius vaan sanoi, että damn you asian. Mut sen sijaan tätä kyllä on tuhottu, että joo. Ei sit tietenkään voisi olla täällä.
But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play.
Se oli Lahabrea.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north?
En ole päässyt niin kauas.
The fabled golden cities of the New World. The sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles.
Maininta New Worldista, eli Tural. Silloin kun mä ekan kerran kuulin, tää oli vaan yksi niissä jotain random paikkoja. Fabled Golden Cities of the New World. Odotan innolla, että pääsen näkemään nämä kultaiset kaupungit. Secret Sites of the Forgotten People of the South Sea Isles. Onko nämä niinku kaikki? Voisiko nämä kaikki olla jotain tämmösiä niinku foreshadowingia tai siis niinku että mainintaa, että mitä on tulossa vastaan?
What about Mericidia, the southern continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs?
Mericidia. Se on tutun kulun nimi. Tais mä vaan sutkasin jonkun toisen. Mercadia tai jotain, en minä tiedä. Okei. Etelässäkin on siis jotain. Niin no tietenkin, jos tää Euroosia on Eurooppa, niin siellä on tietenkin Afrikka myös sitten. Tulisiko se sitten Dawnrailin jälkeen? Voisiko tulla? Please peli, et sä voi vaan antaa mulle tämmösiä nimiä ja paikkoja ja sanoa sitten olla sille tämmösiä, mutta et sä tänne pääse. Se on niinku Elder Scrollsissa, no toi hemmetin. Mikäs se nimi olikaan? No, paikka, missä on paljon elämää ja eri rotuja, mutta ikinä ei ollut siellä tyylin. No ei ikinä. Kyllä siellä on jotain tyylin sidequest ja tyyli joku pieni instanssi tai tämmönen, mennään käymään siellä ehkä, mutta se on kokonainen kontinentti, että no, jatketaan.
I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance.
Tästä mä aloin päättelemään, että silloin kun mä ekan kerran, mä muistan hyvin elävästi tämän että se True Identities of the 12. Mä aloin tästä päättelemään, että onko se sitten asiana ja tai ei ne täällä olla. Mutta se noin 12 jumalaa. Jatketaan tällä meidän Godslaying teemalla nyt sitten, että ollaan nyt niin isolevuisia, että mikään pikkudietit ei enää kelpaa meille, että nyt lähdetään seuraavaksi huntaamaan Supreme Deitejä. Ei Heidelin kelvannut enää, tai riittänyt enää. Tosin no Zodiarkikin oli tossa kyllä, joo, olihan sekin. Mutta joo, se on tulossa Alliance Raidissa. En tiedä tosiaan sitä tarinaa, on skipannut kaikki tämmöiset, mutta no odotan innolla, että mitä minä saan niissä tietää.
All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you. As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much. I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, don't be that way.
No, ei tullut tosiaan trio. Ei, no onhan siellä. Totta kai sillä on. I don't think I ever knew what to say to the man. In retrospect, it always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, he came to your aid and in your moment of need. Hankala lukea jotenkin tätä kukkasmaisemaa vasten. We are here and we will not squander this chance he has given us. We will see this tale to a triumphant conclusion and beat the final curtain fall. No, aikaiset seriaali tuttus ihan kohta, niin mä menen käymään tupakilla. Tosin no... Sitten paras kyllä käydä, kun mä odotan. Joo, kyllä minä kestän nyt. Odottaa. Endwalker, viimeinen questi. Are you ready, Tenshik? Then let us set forth for the reckoning. Having come this far, I know everyone's resolve is beyond doubt, so I will say only this. Within that dead sun swirls the emotions that Mithian has hoarded, the emotions of innumerable souls who strove for happiness but failed. As it was with the denizens of Ultima Thule that barred our way, it is not for us to rebuke and admonish. It was not by passing judgment on the tragic legacies of others that we arrived at this moment. Rather, it was by opening our hearts to their despair, by understanding and acknowledging their fates, while still refusing to share in them ourselves, to hold fast to hope, not in ignorance, but by choice. Should you struggle to do so, I am here to help. But you have all, as you have all helped me. Let's put an end to the end. Ai. The dead ends. Kai mä pääsen. No katsotaan. Joo, pääsin näiden kanssa, mutta viime kerralla se triaali meni niin surkeasti, että... No, katsotaan. Nyt mä menen sinne tupakille ensin. 8 tuntia 40 minuuttia. Eli 10 tuntia 40 minuuttia mennyt tätä videoa. Kaiken kaikkiaan about. Tai no, ehkä enemmänkin 10 tuntia... 10,5 tuntia. Tässä on tuntit yli aikaa vielä pelata. Kunnes pitää pistää poikki, ettei tuu 2 tunnista video. Tosi mä itse mietin, että mä jossain vaiheessa sanoin, että mä tekisin sen 24 tunnin video ja sitten joudun, no, tai nyt striimin. Mut sitten totesin siinä, silloin totesin, että maksimivideon pituus voi olla 12 tuntia, mutta voihan mä sinänsä jossain vaiheessa yrittää sitä uudestaan, missä se 2 osaa. Mut that's neither here or there. Mennään. Ja jos tää nyt ei mene hyvin, niin... Kun tää on dunkku. Really? jotain.
Victory will be ours.
Tykkään Istolsta enemmän. Ja itse asiassa tykkään
Our fates are not yet sealed.
astrologianista enemmän. Ja Gunbreaker tekee ehkä enemmän vahinkoa kuin Paladini. Eli tämä ei siis... Tässä ei oo huolta tää. No, eihän sä koskaan tiedä, kun tässäkin AI on rikki tai jotain ja ne ei onnistu väistelemään viimeisen bossin tyyliin niitä
So
mekaniikkaa.
you are finally here, in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn. Come then. Follow me down into the darkest depths of despair.
The Sea of Stars, The Dead Ends.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and out. The more its people clung to life, the more they suffered.
Katsotaan mitä tää on. Okei. Bla bla bla, ei kiinnosta. Tää on level 90 dunkku, niin tässä on ollut semmonen, mitä mä en oo kovin monta kertaa vetänyt. Tai siis tosiaan vetänyt tylin kerran. Tuli levutettua. Mutta katsotaan, muissanko mekaniikkoja tai mitään, että miten tulee menemään.
Until they curse not the illness, but their fellow corrupted.
Boss näkyy siellä, mutta ei se mitään. Toi antaa bossia areenalta.
I will not hold back.
Meinaan siis technical steppiä, että aina kun siinä on 2 minuutin cooldown, niin teuseista kannattaa käyttää.
Gloves are off.
Minuutti joutuu ehkä olemaan ilman. Tai siis minuutti taitaa mennä ennen kuin se kerkee melkein tulemaan takaisin.
I will not hold back.
You're mine!
Sekuntia. 10.
Those who lived and
together we shall overcome this.
Those who died and decayed.
Se on tuulinen. Ei oo tuulta enää. Ei kun nyt toi tuuli vie noita pilviä eteenpäin. Okei. Jotain itse asiassa muistuu mieleen. Okei, te juoksitte kauas. Koita vaan siirrettä noita AOEita parempiin paikkoihin.
Be gone! You're mine!
Touhou.
I will not hold back.
My turn. You're mine! Well struck.
I will not hold back.
And the very last of them wished they had never been born at all. In a faraway place, a brilliant star eradicated disease. Before destroying the selfsame lives it had saved.
Landed freedom fighter. Tässä on niinku jonkinlaiselta käsi onkaan armadillolta. High-tech armadillo.
shall overcome this. My turn.
Its people sought ever greater freedoms no matter the cost.
Be gone! You're mine!
Tossa näkyy siellä. Se on siellä jostain piilossa lisää.
They tried to buy peace with fire and steel.
Ei tää on posselu. Eikä tossakaan ole. Siinä on lisää vihollisia vielä. Mistä on technical step? No siinä on se bossi. No, minuutti. Decimation, onks toi?
You're mine!
Magneettimekanismeja. Oh god, oh god. Olenko alla? En ole alla. Ei tuu magneettia. Tommonen.
My turn. Together we shall overcome this. Make ready! My turn. Make ready!
Hassua väistä. Vähän touhota kyllä, mutta se on kuitenkin onneksi aikaa.
My turn. You're mine!
Se
And when one asked, what is the point? There were none left to answer.
Siistikypärä. Aivan muistunut.
Father still existed a star without strife.
Onhan tää mulle tullut random dunkkuna.
Where none remembered life's trials or its joys.
Takaisin perhosia.
You're mine!
Tämä en muista näitä juoksukohtia, mutta muistan viimeisen bossin. Saatan muistaa sen.
People had gained from ease. They lost to apathy.
Voin olla, että muistan sen viimeisen bossin sen takia, koska siihen on tullut vaivattua. Joka ei sitä ole hyvä asia ollenkaan, että se on sitten tarkoittaa, että se on vaikea. En mä muista, en mä kyllä muista, että mä olisin siinä hirveämmin kuullut tai jotain. joku että pitää mennä jossain kohtaa jo varmaan ainakin toiselle puolelle päässä jonkun iskun, mutta no katsotaan.
My turn.
No, onko Mission täällä vai tuleeko Mission sitten triaalina? Eiku... Miksi mä kysyn tommosia, kun mä tiedän, että se ei oo Mission? Just mä taisin että mä muistan sen. Eli Mission tulee ilmeisesti sitten... Tai no, niin voihan se olla, että se... Mission muuttuu täksi, mutta... Kyllä Mission ansaitsee sen triaali. Tai ansaitsee, se on, tulee... Supervarmana, se tulee olemaan... Se on siinä. Supervarmana tulee olemaan triaali. Tässä Involcrit-questissa. Eli tulee dunkku ja triaali peräkkäin. Toisen kerran peräkkäin.
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts.
You're mine!
Toi ei näytä kauhean kind and gentle, mutta...
Be gone!
No, ehkä se on sillä tavalla.
Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful.
Sen kindness on ehkä sweet release of death.
Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
Oikealle nämä. Ja voitte kyllä hyökätä samalla kun te väistätte näitä mekaanikkoja, ei siinä. You know.
Together we shall overcome this.
Oh god. Käräkkäisikö tulemaan toi viimeinen limittivaihe, limittiosa? Limitti 2 siis.
My turn.
Onko se siinä ja siinä? Kärkäsi tulee. Älkää nyt jäädä Tancred, please. Oi. Jos mä olisin tohon vaivannut. Olisiko tossa voinut tulla joku kortti? No.
That you still stand. Your determination defies all reason. The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence. What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
No one is unbreakable. What pains one may weather may bring another to tears. But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up, again and again, without end.
I see. But no matter how much hope exists, ever will there be more despair. Ever will the living cast the present and lament the future. So shall we sing into life's history.
Seven hells.
On your guard.
The rage. It rises. Rises.
Stop! Calm yourself, please.
Yllättävän paljon kyllä taistelu, just pääsin sanomassa sitä, että kun katsiin se etu.
We die in pain. We die in suffering. Who are you to live? Who are you to hope?
Hold on, my friends.
Oriange, watch out!
Alphino!
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know.
Don't, please! Don't do this to them! To yourself!
Just one good strike.
Stop! Please stop!
We will not suffer alone. All will know our pain.
No, you don't!
Kaikki mut tappelee, mutta minä en. Okei, mä en peseni kanssa ei pysty pääsemään tähän trialiin.
Wash in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent.
Wait! Don't!
No, käyttihän se sitä devicea. Deus Ex Machina.
You gifted them escape. And rendered yourself powerless. Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you need to call upon the dead once more.
One on me, bitch.
Defiant to the last. But you will be one with us ere long.
Ikävä kyllä Empariasta tullut.
You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence. Curse your life as it fades.
Et sä niin vaikea oo.
As we did. As we died.
Toki jos 1v1 yrittäisin.
Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried. But it was no use. Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death. So join us in despair and embrace yours. ultimatum. What is happening?
Kuka sä oot?
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend. I saw something in you once, as you did in me. When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Sharlayan to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift. In exchange for lending the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither.
Siis hetkinen, se oli Zenos eikä Gaius, joka sinne tuli.
Gorging upon what remained of the Mother Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon. And, hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you. I take it this is your prey. But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you.
Olen tässä dunkkujonossa.
I assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken?
If it comes to it, I won't save you. Aika kylmä.
I care not. What I desire of you isn't succor. It is satisfaction. So come! Let us dispense with this distraction, you and I!
You struggle in vain. You will not silence our song of oblivion.
The final day. Nyt on eeppinen taistelu tänne Zenoksen selässä. Selvä. Zenos the Dragonin selässä. Tähän menee ikä eteläpäs kyllä varmaan. Musta kyllä tuntuu hyvin vahvasti sillä, että pitäisikö katsoa nyt mekaniikat. Oon mä tän kerran aikaisemminkin vetänyt, mutta mulla on vähän semmonen muistikuva, että puolta ajasta olin vaan kuolleena. Mut mulla ei kyllä itsessään enää hirveästi aikaa jäljellä tässä videossa, että sanotaan, että se on kohta 2 tuntia, niin 11 tuntia 20 minuuttia, että melkein 12 tuntinen video. Kyllä se on varmaan vaan jätettävä tähän. Mä ajattelin, että mä olisin saanut ehkä tämän päivän puolella, tai siis tässä videossa vedettyä tää Endwalkerin loppuun, mutta taitaa jäädä seuraavalle kerralle. Kiitos kun katsoitte ja jatketaan Dunkusta ensi kerralla. Eli siis pistän nautuksen päälle siis kun Dunkku kilahtaa. Tai no katsotaan. Mut joo, ihan ollaan loppunäppäimillä.